Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Thank you so much for that 55 stream streak. That's crazy. I hit a 40 stream streak last night in Thurgood's chat, and I was like, that's so many. Like, I didn't even realize I'd been here 40 times. Like, and that technically I have. So, I was like, huh. That's weird. Okay. Let's turn off studio mode so I can see myself a little bit better. Yeah, I was like, shit. But okay, bye, have fun. Yeah, cuz like it just takes like one day out of my routine to fuck up all of my streaks. Like I I lost like 5 snap streaks the other day, like all at once, because I had like one day that was like not how I had planned it to go. And I lost all but one of them. And I was like, oops. Shit. Yeah, it was crazy. Oh, actually I did lose all of them, but I had a free saver. I did lose all of them. No, that was what happened. But I had one free save because I'm not paying for Snapchat. There's just no way I'm putting money into Snapchat. So like I was like, I'm not doing that. If other people want to, they're so like, I'm not gonna be upset or like I'm neutral on the topic, right? But your girl don't have money. I'm about to pin a throne message saying, please help me buy a Switch 2 because I want to play Pokopia so freaking bad. I want to play Pokopia so bad. I'm like losing my shit. I put literally the only thing on my throne right now is a Switch 2 because I'm like, I can't stop thinking about it. No, I literally like I can't rationalize, like I don't even know how I don't even really know how I'm gonna pay rent, you know, and I'm like heavy breathing over a Switch 2. Like it's crazy. Hello, Matthias. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's nice to see you. Hello. Okay. Did absolutely nothing today. Oh, that's so nice. It's morning for me here. As you can see, it's 11:21. And I feel like I made my clock bigger and I didn't even realize it. Um, oh, because it's the beginning of my day. Yeah. It is Friday the 13th and it is Friday just in general, which is great. I love that. Um, my stream is this in the last like 7 days have been a little bit weird because of everything I've had going on, but it's your boy's birthday? The little one or the boyfriend? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. They're having $50 tattoo sales today. Oh my god, go get it. Go get a tattoo. That sounds so fun. The child. Okay, happy birthday, boy. He's 7. Oh. I want a little no, I'm literally like freaking out over Oh, like you want a Ditto tattoo? Yes, get one. Now is the time. Ditto is in their era. Queen shit. I want the like mossy Snorlax, like maybe not as a tattoo, but just like as a symbol of who I am as a person. Because it's like, oh, it like slept so long that the earth just grew around it. And I'm like, I feel that deep in my soul. Ditto's always been one of your favorites. So I bet you're like really hyped about Pokopia being like mainly Ditto based. I want a little Squirtle. Would you get a cool Squirtle like the ones with the sunglasses, or would you get because people need to play music for you? Yes, the pointed song. Okay, great. Yes. Oh, the Snorlax. I no, more like that I'm very sleepy. Yes. Um but I would wake up to a pretty little flute sound. Yes. When I was younger, my grandma had this really big blue pillow, and I would carry it around and pretend like it was a Snorlax, and then like that we were getting up to like hijinks, and I would like sit on it and pretend like we were floating down like a river and like stuff like that. And it was just a giant blue square pillow. I did this thing the other day with my makeup where I took like the like a the edge of a piece of cardboard. I don't want to use that because it has thread on it. I guess I could use like a post-it note. And then I put it like at the corner of my eye. And then like did my makeup like around it kind of. Then it did like a line. And then I used that line to trace a wing. Oh yeah, because I went to a BB No Money concert the other day. You know, just casual. It was so fun. Oh, that one turned out so much better. See how it's like such a straight line? This one did not do the same thing. It was literally, oh, that one's better now. It was literally so good. I loved every second of it. I've never been to like that kind of show. The closest thing I could compare it to is when I went to see the Front Bottoms when I was in college. Like that's the nearest I've gotten to like music that people like dance to. Because other shows I've been to are like Bonnie Bear and Lucy Dacus, you know, like, and I don't go to a lot of shows because they're really far away from my house. Like it would have taken me 3 hours to drive to the concert by myself. And it took basically the same amount anyway, if not more, but I was with my friends and they drove. So I got to be a passenger princess, and that was great for me because I never get to do that. So it was like the really the only show that I've been to that is like dance music. And it was amazing. And I loved every second of it. And I feel like it's probably ruined me for like any other dance music type show because they'll never compare. Like, I just couldn't imagine them being as good as that. Like, I'm not even gonna do this right now. I'm just gonna, well, yeah, let's do this first and then I'll keep talking about it because then I can continue doing the rest of my makeup. Today the lip color is Globetrotter in the Maybelline Superstay. I have I'd say like 70% of the Maybelline colors. The Superstay Matte Ink. Because I love them. Like, a lot. And they're kiss proof. For those that have people to smooch. They're kiss proof. Okay, so now I can keep working on my makeup. Ugh. Oh yeah, okay, so it started out, there was like a really long line. We were like near the end of the line, honestly. And it was raining. However, like when we got in there, oh, we had amazing seats. My friend bought like probably the best seats that I could imagine. They were right up against one of the like openings. So like there was a big like general admission floor, and then there was like one balcony, and then there was like a second balcony, and then a third balcony. There were 3 balconies, I think. And we were on the second one. And so every like so often there would be like a tunnel that would lead you like underneath the above balcony and into your own balcony area. And so we were right next to one of those. So it was like we were kind of like up against a wall, but in like a good way. And we were angled like we weren't directly head on the stage because that's how I saw Lucy and that was great. But like we were at just the right angle where like you could really get a lot of like you could have a better sense of the movement of the show and stuff like that. So we get our seats, we sit down, I'm like, this is the best. I love it. Cause I need a seat. Like I've always said like I prefer a seat, but honestly, I think like I've come to the realization that I like really need one to enjoy a show, like from like a physical body feeling standpoint. I need to be able to sit down. So that was really great that we had seats. And, you know, I think that when somebody gets a seat at like a show like that, where they're like, it's like a dance show, you're kind of like, am I gonna dance? Am I just gonna be like watching it like I would watch a movie? Which is still like, I think valid, like you do you. But like I wanted to like dance, you know, I wanted to like be a part of the energy, right? And I still did, even with having a seat. So that was great. Felt good about that. So we get there, the DJ starts, and he's like it's basically like 20 minutes of like memes and vocal stems that he played and like just chatted up the audience and then was like, we're gonna be safe, we're gonna be respectful, we're gonna have a good time, like Everybody be nice to each other, basically. And then the opener came out, which was Jungle Bobby. And it was all like really popular, or not popular, really positive music. It was like hippie does EDM does dubstep, is like the vibe. And that was also great, right? And it also like really set the stage for the energy of the show, which to me, and I will describe, I've been describing it like this and I will keep describing it like this. My friend actually is the one that like sort of pointed it out, and like I just keep telling people because like that's like the best way to describe it. Um is like a live kids entertainment show but made for 25 to 30-year-olds instead of 2 to 3-year-olds. So like think like if like the Wiggles did a live show, or you know, Blippi does a live show, you know, those kinds of things. But like then imagine it for an adult. And I mean that in the best way. Like, I actually mean that as a compliment, that it was really fun. And, like, everybody was so nice and just, like, really accepting, like, that we were all just there to have a good time. Like, no one was there to be like, oh, like, why are you having fun? You know what I mean? Like, no one was being judgy or anything. It was like, you could just let completely loose and just, like, have a good time. Like it did feel a bit like a giant group therapy session, but in a really fun way. Like music therapy. So then after that was, oh, and then like I am just like, when I'm having a good time, I'm having a really good time, you know, and I'm talking about it. I'm like telling everybody. I'm like, I'm having the best time. I'm having the best time. And which you might be able to get from my personality, you know, like how I'm like, this is the best lipstick you'll ever have. Get this lipstick. Here's all the good things about it. And I do that all the time in my everyday life. Like that's not like influencer behavior, that's just Bryn behavior. It just so happens that it sometimes influences people. Hopefully it influences you to have a good time. But we kept having to get these people to like stand up so that we could get back and forth. And it was like this person and what I'm assuming is their younger brother, which to me warmed my heart because I love like positive sibling relationships because I love my siblings so much. They are so near and dear to my heart. And so I'm like, Slay, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this concert. Their mom did happen to be the Karen of the show, but she was dealing with the MGM staff and she wasn't harsh on anybody's vibe down at the rest of the show. But we had just seen her, like, we had the information because we were in that row and we had the same problem that she had, but we're like, it's not really that big of a deal. We'll just get McDonald's. So basically what happened is they had this like ordering kiosk system for food. And so people would go and then order and pay, and then no food would come. Like the system was broken. And we had the same problem, and it was like annoying a little bit, but it was like, we'll just get chicken nuggets another time, you know? But she was like really not happy, super duper happy about it. But she wasn't like in the row. We just had seen her in both places and experienced that she was that person. But like she wasn't. But the kids seemed nice. The kids seemed like good kids. And So basically, the girl dropped her lip gloss when I was trying to get through, and I handed the brother the Coke, like the Diet Coke or regular Coke. No, it's regular Coke. The regular Coke that I got for my friend. Um, and I was like, "Can you hold this?" And I like grabbed her lip gloss. I'm like, "Here you go. You dropped this." And then I was like, "Thank you," and kept walking. And then I'm sitting there, I'm jamming, and then the person behind me drops their phone under my seat, and they're like, "Can you help me get my phone?" And I'm like, "Yes, queen, get your phone." Um, so it was like we were in like a section of people that were just like also really nice, and we all got to like jam and have a good time, and it was really good. And then Baby No Money came out, and I was like, I can't deny it anymore. He's hot. Yeah. Yeah, I was really in denial for a long time because I'm like, I'm not, like, not that I'm not a fan. Of course I'm a fan. But like, I just knew a lot of people that were bigger fans than me. I'm like a very casual fan. But then I was like, okay, I think I get it. You know? And then the music was good and the dancing was fun and I had a lovely time. And then we left. Oh, and I wore 4-inch heels and I didn't fall. Um, and yes, they were, I like never have an opportunity to wear like fancy shoes. And I brought sneakers to my friend's house because basically I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure I know my friends well enough to know that we probably have seats. Um, it's likely that we have seats. So I was like, if we do, I will wear my heels. But if we're general admission, I will wear my sneakers because I'm not that crazy. I'm a little crazy, not that crazy. I am having this problem with this eyeliner, and the problem is that it's dry. it is it is dead. I think it's dead. But I can't, I like don't want it to be dead, you know? You're talking about how the concert was a moment ago. Yes, so the name reveal is going to be for my puppet. I said, will we possibly get to have a name reveal? Because I know her name. I've known her name this whole time, actually, but we haven't talked about her name. Chat doesn't know her name. Yeah. Is she done? No. She doesn't have a face. But once she has a face and hair, that's when I'll name reveal her. She probably won't have clothes today. Oh god. This is not working. Sometimes you just gotta stop and you gotta take a deep breath. You know? Sometimes it's just like that. This is in fact not eyeliner, but I'm using it as such right now because my eyeliner is dead. It's a brow pencil. Or pen, or whatever. I could probably get enough eyeliner out of it from here, but yeah. This one is, but I'm just like, do I have another one of these? I'm gonna go look. Okay. I do not have another, but I do have this one, which I'm hoping works. Okay, cool. It's working for now. Okay. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Is that all my makeup? Pretty much. I mean, I have my eyelashes that I need to wear, but I look naked without them. It's so expensive. I know it is expensive. We, though, don't say like the mall that's near us, but we're getting an Ulta. This summer we're getting an Ulta. They're putting it in I think where the oh god, that's not what I need. Where the Francesca's was. Oh yeah, my mom. Does your mom like does your mom wear a lot of makeup? Interesting. I've never noticed. I guess that means she's good at makeup. Wait, why'd you argue with oh, did you just argue in general? And then didn't go because of that? Or did you argue with her about going? Okay, okay. Yeah, I wasn't that surprised that you argued with your mom. I was more surprised if you argued with her like solely about going to Ulta because that part I feel like would is not something that you would be particularly upset about. Um I know now. Yeah. They also do have like a lot of hair products there. So technically, like some people will go for that stuff. They also usually have a pretty decent like perfume counter, but I know that you're like you have some allergies and stuff, so I know that maybe perfumes are not your favorite thing. Okay. We did the makeup. We're not doing hair today. Well, like this allergic to yeah. This is the hair for today. You better not be weird. But we are weird. No, that person that just followed, they have an insane username. And we have anonymous follows, but I think that it's fair that I say that because that's fucking crazy. So hopefully you're cool. We do have a panty goblin in chat, so sometimes it happens. Okay, let me set up my other camera. If you guys haven't taken your meds yet today, please do that. I know somebody redeemed a med check, but I was in the middle of my makeup. What was I gonna do? Welcome back. I feel like I was gonna do something, but I completely forgot what it was. Oh, Teely, did I tell you that my grandma moved in 2 doors down from me? Did I tell you that was happening? I woke up late today, so we did not get to like I'm just happy I got to shower and wash my hair. We didn't get to do the hair today, and that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes that happens. Okay. Why? I need to add Video Ninja to my like bookmarks on my phone. Okay. I like it. I just don't have it like bookmarked, so I have to like type it in every time, and that's just annoying to me. Okay. Okay, great. Perfect. Um oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that kind of works. I kind of want more of like a top down of the desk. The problem with that is well, one, how far my thing reaches, and then also where my other thing reaches. Okay, I think that's good. If I'm being honest, I think that looks nice. Alrighty. Let's switch over to the new camera. Well, I mean, it's not really new, but now I have a dilemma of not being able to use my phone when... No, right? No, I completely agree. Okay, I'm hydrating. I completely agree, because, like, if my grandma calls and stuff, I can't use it. Although, hello, Virgo. Although, because you use apps and not regular texting to talk to your partner, can you, like, are there web versions of that? Like, could you pull it up on your computer? Because with regular text, like, I have to text my grandma, I have to use regular texting on my phone. Versus if I was talking to somebody on Discord, I don't need my phone for that. I can just, like, have it pulled up like this. Yeah, it's just harder on the computer when I do that, but Line does have both. Oh, cool. So this is how we're gonna do her hair. We are going to basically, like, puncture her head like 100 times. And then she's gonna have long hair. I'm thinking maybe a little bit shorter than this, but we might do about this length just so that I can trim it to how I want it. Give her a little haircut. Because I also want to be able to, like, braid it and stuff like that too. So that's the idea for that. Do I have felt in here? I need to grab some more extra pieces of felt. Oh no, I'm dropping things. I also don't know where her other arm went, which sounds so funny, but, like, I don't know where it went. Oh, here it is. Okay, great. I might redo these gloves because they're bad. Like, I don't like how they're all bunched up like that. And this is why I have decided. This mirror, thank you. I got it from, like, an antique store in I can tell you later where I got it, but I don't think they do it anymore. It was literally, like, just somebody's garage, and they did, like, a bunch of thrifting and then, like, would sell it. And I think that it used to have like a it used to have a handle, but it broke off because there's like a little pointy bit right here that's like different than the pointy bit up here. But so I just got this like little plastic, is it double-sided? It is. So this side is a little bit more zoomed in. Where's my camera? Let me show you guys. There's you guys. Hello. And then on this side, it's regular zoom. And I think it's supposed to have a handle, but I have never known it to have a handle. So I bought one of these like little tiny picture frame stands, and I just keep it around my desk. So these are for live hand puppeting. So basically the idea would be that like she would have yes, exactly. I also love antique things. That's, I mean, hence like all of the decorations that I have going on my stream. I clearly love. Yeah, it has 4 fingers, and basically the idea is that one of these hands would be like stuffed or something. Like I would have it as like her hand, and then one hand would have my hand in it, so that when I am puppeting her, let me get in there. I would be able to like talk with her hands. And the other, yeah, the other one would have a wand, or it would just be like limp, basically, so that she could express herself and things like that. You know, like she could hold things like, oh, well, if I'm not gonna throw them, like she could be like, look, this is, I'm gonna take a drink, glug, 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 you know, like that sort of thing. This is rubber cement, so she definitely doesn't want to drink this. But yeah. So that's the idea. Also, to take it off, I just went like this. She's so cute. I love her. So today we're going to be finishing up her facial features and adhering them to her, which will be scary. But good. It'll be scary but good. Okay, so we have her ears. So this is her left ear. This is her left ear. And then this is her right ear. She will have sort of like elf ears. These are her eyes. Yay, runs away to work. Okay, enjoy work. 20 streams. Yay. And we're doing puppet today, so if you stop by for a lurk or anything, you'll see lots of puppet stuff. These are her eyes, so we're gonna put these on today too. And then I also have a nose for her, so I'm going to cover this in fabric and adhere that to her as well. So we got lots to do today. I'm very excited. I've been wanting to work on her, but haven't really, or I've been wanting to work on her, but I've been super busy the last few days. And then she, and then also like I want to do it on stream too, so because I really want to do her hair. So I'm just moving this knot to be right here because it's like taking up like so much camera real estate. Maybe I'll put this over here so we can maybe put something in it. We'll just throw some stuff in here just for decoration. Okay, this is not... You would think after like the 5th time I've tried to put this in here, I would stop, but... Okay, that's probably good for now. That looks better than my water bottle. Yeah, that's cute enough. Okay. This I'm gonna put like there. Alrighty. Cool. We need to make a little mini pattern for this. I'm almost thinking like cutting it like here and then sewing that up here would work. Oh. He probably can hear me. What a sweet angel baby. For those that don't know, Yoshi is my friend's dog. So we're friends. Me and Yoshi are friends. So I wouldn't doubt that he could hear me and that he was excited. And he's like, "Where is she?" Hello, Brennan. How are you? We're working on my puppet today. So we've got puppeting hijinks. I'm thinking that I can sort of just like cut this off here and here, and then this, when we sew it, will kind of go upward. Because this is her nose, basically, is what I'm trying to make. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. Huh. Ooh, that sounds good. Well, thank you for using me as your cooking entertainment. I very much appreciate it. Okay, so if we have this here, and then we do a seam that will go here, and another seam that would go here. I think we need like a little dart in the middle. Like that. So then I would sew these two together because I want her nose to be kind of round. Because this is like the and it triggered a sneeze, right? What was that all about? So her nose is sort of like bulbous. It's like teardrop shaped and like a little bit like it has like a, I don't know, like it's like domed basically. And so I really wanted her to have a nose. So that's sort of like the vibe. She'll also have elf ears and red hair. She's totally definitely not a self-insert of any kind. Never would I do such a thing. So I don't know why you would suggest that. Okay, so then I would have it go like here. So if that was the case, then this is too long. This is also not good tutorial information for making a pattern to sew. I'm like vibe pattern making right now. But that's wishful thinking. Okay. So if we were to lay this on top of itself and then do like a little trim. Oh no! Well, hopefully it was a satisfying sneeze. Okay. And then I'm gonna trim this. I'm hoping that works nicely. So then here we would have this, and then this would cross over. Okay, okay. I'm seeing the vision. And then this would also cross over. Okay. I think I'm liking how... Because it'll look different when I actually sew it. Things will be a little bit bunched up. A little bit. But I want to... I think trim... here. Like this. That's wishful thinking. Okay, and then we will lay it on top of itself again. We'll cut the same angle out of this side. Okay. I think this should work the way that I want it to. It's weird, that's for sure. Because then I want these to meet here and then sew it up. Okay, that's the idea. That's the vision. We've got to get in there with some needle and thread, which I currently have my needle stuck into her head. Because sometimes it'd be like that. Okay, this is not going to be enough, but we're just going to do multiple, I think. No, I'll just start over. It's okay. When I was learning how to sew as a kid, they told me to like do an arm's length of thread doubled up, which now I don't always double my thread. It depends what kind of project I'm working on because I'm a little bit more advanced with sewing, but I feel like this is the best way if you're a beginner to do it, because your thread won't fall off the needle versus if you don't double up and tie the end, it will fall off, or it can, and then you have to like figure out what all happened. Oh yeah, so I am a like beginner puppeteer. I'm getting into it. So my username is Brinth, which some of you might know is actually short for Labyrinth, which is a Jim Henson like dark fantasy movie from the late 80s, I think 86. And Jim Henson is also the creator of The Muppets, of Sesame Street, of Dark Crystal, all kinds of stuff. And the world of puppetry is pretty small, so even though he didn't necessarily create all other puppets, I feel like he was familiar with other puppets, you know? And so like he didn't make the puppets in like Between the Lions, which is like one of my favorite kids TV shows when I was a kid. But they like the people that made them knew him, and like he was just busy with other stuff. So but basically throughout my life I've always really enjoyed puppet work, similar to my interest in clowns. Like I didn't really realize I was really interested in them until I like looked back on my life at like 30 and was like, oh wait, like these are all things that I really liked growing up and I've been interested in. Why not explore that more? You know, like why just be like, oh, I like that thing and then move on? Like, why not like see where that interest goes? And so, as you may know, or as you may have seen, I've done the clown thing, which I still love clowns. That's not going away. But then I was like, why don't I make a puppet? Why not? What's stopping me? And I love to craft. Like I made this necklace. Um I mean, I made this puppet too, and like other things. Um and so like I've always loved that. And then I think it was maybe November. I was like I sent a video to Ramiko, who is my partner, and it was me speaking with my mouth like not moving, so doing like ventriloquism. And I was like, I think this is how the video kind of went. It was like, what if I make a tuffet and I get into tufting and I learn ventriloquism and then I like can like what if that's just a cool fun thing that I do? And so I sent that to him, and then that was just like I just threw the idea out there. And then a couple of months have gone by at this point. And I had gotten the foam for making the puppet and I'd gotten the fleece. But like it's kind of intimidating to make a puppet, and I didn't have the mouth plate because this needs to be like a certain material. And exhibit at the Museum of the Moving Image in a bunch of years ago. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. It is so healing, and like making something with your hands is also very very healing, I think. And like so say when you were like a kid, you like really liked, you know, making potions in the bathroom, you know, mixing like all of your mom's shampoos together and, you know, that kind of thing. Maybe you take up like making soap as a hobby, you know, maybe you make hand soaps for your friends. Um and you get to add all the little scents and colors and things like that and make cute patterns. And like that's something that you enjoy. Or maybe you know, would dig for treasure in the yard, and now maybe you take up gardening, you know? And like things like that, where like they're things that you enjoyed as a kid, but now you can like experience them tactily in like a more productive way. So then it's like good for you on multiple different levels. Um and so that I would recommend that hugely to everybody, basically. Um And so now, okay, I could probably turn, can I turn this like a little bit? Because I'm going to be sewing and I don't want to have to lean forward. Um, and also it's like problem solving with me coding and music and drawing. Yeah, I love that. I recently was on Steam, and by recently I mean literally last night, and I found some of these like really cool looking games that were about like teaching you how to code. And I was like, maybe I'll learn how to code. I just love to like learn new things and just like do stuff. I love to just do stuff. Even if I tried, 'cause after mind. Ooh. I have you on Steam, right? Yes. Yeah, so I added them to my wish list. So if you wanted to go into my Steam wish list and then look at the very bottom, you'll see the two that I added, but then if you go to their pages, you can like look at what games are similar if you were interested in that. And anybody that has me on Steam could do that too. Um I I'm just Brinth on there, so like if you want to add me, you can. I will probably only add you if I like recognize who you are. Um but I think that's like most people in here would qualify for that, so. Okay. Yeah, when I was a kid, I explored and stuff and taught every single except performance, like singing, dancing, and acting. And then I narrowed it to only one over a decade. Boring. Yeah, I just love to try new things, you know? That's kind of like the beauty of life, is to experience it, you know? Um I was engaged at one point in my life. I am no longer engaged. um and one time a couple of years ago, like about a year after my failed engagement, um I was driving through the area that we lived together, and I was sad. You know, I was like, wow, like my life was so different before. Like, how did this happen? How did I get here? It like change can be really scary for me. Um and so I was thinking these like kind of, I don't want to say negative, but they weren't like super positive thoughts. They were just like, you know, I was kind of grieving the loss of the life I had once had. And okay, that's good. And while that was happening, I took a deep breath because I'm driving. I can't be like crying in the car. Crying while driving is dangerous. Don't do it. I was like, you know what? I'm really thankful that I am getting to live such a full life. With so many different feelings and experiences. Not everybody gets to do that. I almost didn't get to do that. Um, in the situation that I was in prior. And and from that point on, that's kind of how I've looked at it. Like, it's the meaning of life is to live, you know? Um, and I want to do that. And if that means making a puppet, that means making a puppet. And, it's a lot of like being around people that you love and that love you, and like just doing what you can with what you have. Ooh, we gotta hydrate. Yeah. So that's my soapbox. I don't know really how I'm gonna do this because it's kind of a circular thing, but we're gonna give it a shot. Who says it needs to be perfect? Okay, so now we have like sort of a corner of her nose done. And then I'm going to kind of like get myself back up here so that I can stitch over here this corner, and then I will stitch up this way, and then we'll make sure that that's pointy. Yay, enjoy your food. If you're gonna be lurking and eating and stuff, thank you for stopping by. And it's always, always, always a joy to talk to you. Yeah, I love being friends with other creatives. Um, I also recently watched this movie that if you like creativity, you might like. It is this movie called Arco. Um and I absolutely loved it and would highly recommend it. It's French animation. Um which if you are an animation fan, you know that the French are like killing the animation game lately. Um and so it's called Arco, so ARCO. If you have me on Letterbox, I did review it on there, so you will be able to see it on there if you go to my Letterbox. Again, it's just Brinth if you wanted to look it up. Um but yes, so I absolutely adored the movie. It changed my life. I gave it 5 stars. It's in my top 5 movies now. Like I really loved it. And would recommend it to other creatives. Like, I think, like, that is the audience for it, for sure. So if you're down for animation, I describe it as, like, if Ghibli were a much, or, like, if Miyazaki, I guess, but, like, if Ghibli movies were made by a much younger French man. And it was so good. I don't even want to, like, talk about it because I want everybody to see it. um, I guess I could talk more about Baby No Money. I absolutely adored it. And I actually, like, I watched on Tuesday with Ramiko, and then I watched it again last night with my younger brother, because my younger brother and I, we're, like, big animation fans. And so on Thursdays, I help him do his laundry. Like, not help him do his, but, like, I have the washing machine, basically. So he comes over to my house to do his laundry. And we watch cartoons together. Right now we're doing a Adventure Time rewatch. Um which is so fun. But then I was telling him about this movie and I'm like, "Oh my god, you have to see this movie. Please watch this movie." So I made him watch it. um and he also enjoyed it. He wasn't as moved as I was, but I am a lot mushier than he is. Um so but yeah, I went to see BB No Money and it was absolutely wonderful and I would totally go again. And it was so fun. And I just, part of what I liked about the show, and like I was saying, it's sort of like if a kids show, like a kids live event, like a Wiggles or a Blippi was like for 30-year-olds. Um and what I loved was just like that everybody got to kind of be themselves. You know, like you had people that were very obviously like, you know, Gen Z college kids in like, you know, club dance outfits. And then you had like people in fursuits. And then you had like people, you know, dressed, you had like somebody's mom, you know, and it was just like such a welcoming environment. And everybody was just like having a good time. And like, you know, it was just so fun. And I would highly recommend it. What else did I do this week? My grandma moved in next door. So now my grandma lives next door. I don't know if her friend is still here helping her move. Oh no, he isn't. Okay, so that means that she's like basically all moved in now, which is great. Um she was she had a house a few towns over from me and with my grandpa. But when my grandpa passed away, I'm gonna put this cardigan on because I'm a little cold. When my grandpa passed away, she couldn't afford or like maintain the house on her own because it was like a cabin in the woods kind of vibe. So like she couldn't, like, it just wasn't feasible to keep managing the snow and like the wood for the wood stove and stuff like that. So she sold the house and moved in with her friends. for a year. So it was like her friend and her friend's husband. And they um you know, gave her a place to stay for a bit. And that was great, but she really wanted to get back out on her own. So she was looking to, and that they were like, or they are like a few hours away, like 2 hours away. And so she was looking to come back closer to like me and my brother. And then she ended up finding an apartment in my building. So she now lives 2 doors down. And then the friend's husband just came up today with like all of her things. So she is now all moved in. And ready to rock. So, hello Salt Girl and hello Kiwi. How are you doing today? And Lilith, so many fun people in the chat. We are puppet making today. I'm currently sewing up her last like facial feature, I guess. Before we like attach everything. And I've kind of been like, should I sew on some of this stuff or should I just glue it on or should I do a combination? I'm not really sure. Like the eyes will for sure need to be glued because they are made out of clay, so they cannot be sewn on. I guess I could do a small seam on the eyelid, but like it's not really made for that. Doing good. My body's being kinder to me. Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad. I'm actually making progress on new music I'm making. Oh my gosh, what kind of music do you make? Like, is there sort of like a vibe or a genre? Is it like something meets something else, but if it were this thing, you know, like how would you describe your music if you were like elevator pitch it? I've been using the term elevator pitch a lot lately, and I have no idea why. I have absolutely no idea what is like possessing me to say that so much. But it's like my new catchphrase. Ow. Sorry, I poked myself with a needle. Y'all, I just want to play Ranch Simulator. Is that so bad? Now is the hour. I love this Maggie Rogers song. I love Maggie Rogers, honestly. That is somebody I would like to see in concert, I think. Ooh, you know who else I would like to see in concert? James Vincent McMorrow. I've been a big fan of him for a really long time. Um and I bet his show is like fun if he does them. Cuz he like also does like kind of experimental music, kind of like that's how I would kind of describe it, because some of it is so different than some others. Like, um, it's like he's always kind of growing and developing, which I think is really interesting about his music. But and also like everything is good, you know, like it might be super different than the last album or whatever, but it's always good. And then you're like, how do you do that every time? Nobody hate me for saying what I'm about to say, but I feel like it's like what Taylor Swift is trying to do. Um and I have in the past identified as I don't know if I would be a Swiftie, but I've enjoyed her music since I was a kid. Like I was a big fan of Debut when I was in like middle school when it came out. Um so I've respected her music. And False God, amazing song. I love False God. Honestly, like a lot of that is Cowboy Like Me, great song, you know. There's some that are like undeniably great songs. But obviously there's, you know, please don't leave. Love too hot and love's on fire. Everything that came to life, it's coming up in flames and I burnt alive. In a straight jacket. Y'all, I want to play Pokopia so bad. If I got a Switch 2 though, I would also probably just set it up here and we would stream it. So like you'd get to see me play it probably. Um versus like I've never streamed Nintendo before because my uh my Switch is currently like a doxing nightmare. Like it's just like a ticking time bomb of doxing. Um because I've had it since 2020. I actually got the Animal Crossing Switch in like as soon as it released. The day that it released like for pre-order, I bought it because that year like 2019, I bought my ex-fiance a Switch for Christmas, which was pretty late to the Switch game, honestly. Like it had been around for a few years already. Um and so he had been playing it and then I was like, "Oh my god, wait, like this is so fun." And Animal Crossing is coming out and I've been a big Animal Crossing fan for several like different generations of Animal Crossing. So I was like, what are we going to do when um the new game comes out? We can't both be playing it at the same time. So then um I was like, but I also can't justify buying a whole nother Switch all of a sudden. But then they announced the Animal Crossing Switch, and I was like, wait a second. This thing is gorgeous. I love it. I want it. Yes, I'm buying it. So I ended up buying it. And then sure enough, we all know what happened in 2020. Um, and if you don't remember what happened in 2020, RU5. No, but seriously, like it was just really good timing that I had gotten the Switch for that like event in time. Um and so I've had it since then. And sorry, I love this song. Um wait, do um so I've had my Switch for since then. And so that this is before I like embraced Brinth as and like Bryn as my name. So in my Switch, like so many of my games are like my birth name, which is something that I don't share on the internet unless we're like friends. Then I sometimes will tell you my real name. Um like Ramiko knows my real name, you know, being my boyfriend and everything. And so, which was actually kind of funny because we have a lot of friends, like a lot of our mutual friends and his friends all are like, they know Twitch and they're on Twitch and like they know me from Twitch. So, you know, at first he was like, I'm dating Bryn. And everybody's like, oh my God, that's so cool, like blah blah blah. And then he started calling me by my real name to them, and they were like, excuse me, what happened to Bryn? And he's like, they're the same, that's the same person. Those that's her name. And everybody was so confused. Um but yeah, so basically my Switch is just rife with my birth name. Um so I haven't ever played it on stream. Is the point of my Okay, her nose is actually like a little bit smaller than it was originally, but not in like a bad way. Like I think it's a little bit more bulbous, but it's a little bit more narrow, which I don't really mind. I think that it works for her. Um so if I got a Switch 2, I would never I will likely not use my real name like at all on it. So I would be able to use it um for um streaming. So that would be cool. I would also then be able to start a new Animal Crossing island where I could also show you guys. Um because again, I wouldn't be doxing myself. Um and Pokopia. Who doesn't want to see me play Pokopia, right? Right? Basically, I'm selling the idea of me getting a Switch 2. Um I feel like honestly like a little kid that's like begging her parents for a Switch 2 for Christmas. Like that's how I feel when I'm like, guys, what if I got a Switch 2? think about the possibilities. Okay, so now we're going to shove this in through here. I'm going to take the pliers. I'm going to pull it through. This is how you hide a string. You put it in to a spot where, and like pull it tight. So that way when you cut it and then you like pull it back through, it's in the middle now. It's like floating around in there. And there's no loose string. Okay, so this is her nose. Oh my god, I could give her a nose ring. Oh my god, should I give her a nose ring? Let's just see what it's like. Ooh, I make sample-based dance music. I use the term plunderphonics, which is a music nerd way of saying mashups. I love a mashup. Oh my god, if you have like links to like a YouTube channel where you post stuff, I would love to listen to some of your mashups. Not necessarily on stream, just like in my free time, because I love a mashup. There's actually I think I have it set as an alert, and it's a mashup that I thought was like super good. Where is my events? Is it this one? Nope, that's Dance Magic. I have it written down somewhere. I also have it on my Notion. Okay, wait. Because I had to make a list of all of my alerts because oh, I didn't end up setting it as anything, I don't think. But basically it's a mashup of Sweet Dreams and Temperature by Sean Paul, I think. It's kind of distinct in that it also may incorporate original compositions and usually uses many, many samples within. Oh my gosh, wait. So if that's the kind of music that you like to make and you make it and like you maybe listen to it too, have you heard United States of Pop 2009 by DJ Earworm? Please. If you have not, I would be surprised if you hadn't, but if you haven't, you gotta look it up right now. Every time I play it, I get copyright stricken though, so I can't do that. Not really, I just get the VOD muted, but. Okay, I'm trying to pierce her nose, and it's sort of. Way reckless. Why so obsessive? I wanna do every second. Green blue left it. I still dilate 229931667. Oh, there is heaven in your eyes. I was not baptized. Everything's alright when she calls me back. She calls me. Oh, there we go. I got her. Two parallel lines. Everything's alright when she calls me back. She calls me. Actually, no. Girl Talk is what got me into this. I'm new. This is my first time making music since 2015. I was a guitarist, songwriter back then. Oh, cool. I'm telling you, you gotta look it up. You gotta look it up. It's like the most iconic mashup. of like my generation. I don't know if we're the same age. I'm 30. Maybe I won't give her a nose ring because I feel like it's going to be difficult to get it right. Like, I would need to put it back here, I think, for it to like look like it's supposed to. Which I guess like that works. Don't worry, that's not her actual nose ring. It's not going to be a safety pin. I just needed to pierce her. Ooh. And I am 30 in 2 months. Okay, yeah. So we're basically, I count at this point, now that I am 30, I count everybody that is like we could have been at high school, like we could have been in high school at the same time as like the same age as me. So like if you are like within like 3 years on either side, I consider us the same age. My litmus test is, if they don't know, my BFF Jill. Then, but it only works for Americans. Yeah. I haven't heard that in so long. I also feel like because I'm the oldest of 3 and I'm right on the cusp of Gen Z and millennial, um I feel like I tend to lean more Gen Z versus I feel like people with older siblings that are born in like the 94, 95, 96 era um are more millennial. You know what I mean? Like because I was like exposed to younger people, I'm the youngest. And yes, I feel very millennial. Yeah. But like I was still watching like littler kids shows older because I had littler siblings, you know. Um so yeah, I feel very Gen Z most of the time. But I would still say like if somebody was like, are you a millennial or are you Gen Z? I usually say either millennial or zillennial. I never just say Gen Z. I never just do that because I don't I don't think that's accurate, but this one to break the silence. I can tell. Like my partner, Ramiko, he has an older brother, and he very much identifies as a millennial. And he was born in 94. Um, and like doesn't identify as a Gen Z at all. But some people think that he is. I think it's the whimsy. My sister and my cousin were born in 89 and 92. I never really hung out with younger people. Yeah, exactly. And also, my best friend growing up also had a younger sister. So, like, even when I wasn't at home, I wasn't around, like, older kids either. It was always a younger sibling. So we were just, like, figuring it out ourselves. We didn't have any millennial influence like so many of my friends who have older siblings do. And my mom is, I think, like, I want to see what the line is for. What's really funny is that even though I feel more like um even though I feel more like a Gen Z, I feel like my siblings ended up more millennial because of me. Like, I think that it works both ways. Like, we influenced each other. Um but my mom was 20 when she had me. Um I'm really close to the cusp. I grew up in the shadow of my older brothers, so I feel like they shaped me and my internet habits, which I think is the major thing for, yeah. Versus I was just all over the internet doing all kinds of crazy shit. By your side, let me believe mm-hmm. Also, hello, Ramiko. How have you been doing? I've been trying to call you Ramiko more in chat because that's your username. And like, I want people to be able to like follow you if I'm talking about you. And they're like, oh my gosh, he sounds so cool. I want people to actually like know who you are. So I'm trying to call you more Ramiko more in chat. Because I usually just call him his name, which is Malachi. My parents also had me super late. So they're both 39. So my parents are always the oldest amongst my, yeah, no, definitely. And my mom was always like on the younger side. And I think that also changed things too. Like, it was a daily occurrence that my grandma would like take us to the grocery store on the way home from school, and people would think that I was like her kid because she was 40 something. And so they just like assumed that I was her kid, not her grandkid, you know? And then sometimes my mom and I would go out and they'd be like, wow, like she must have had you so young because my mom looked really young. And I would get like kind of offended. I'd be like, not that young. Not because I like didn't want my mom to be like young looking, but because I didn't want people to think that she was like, you know, there's like a stigma around being like a teen mom and stuff. And I was like, watch it. Day by day. I need like a ring sizer, I've realized. Oh my god, I have one. I'm gonna crash out. I promise I'm not upset. I'm like, I need something that is all different sizes of rings so that I can. Oh my god, why am I like this? My mom too, but that's just because she looked impossibly young, even into her 50s. We'd get people thinking we were sisters. I look just like her. I have none of my dad's features. I have a good amount of my dad's features, and that always bothered me. I feel like I look like a man, which other people might not think. That's fair. You're allowed to think what you want, but I think I look like a man because I have so many of my dad's features. I really need like a metal ring sizer. So like this wasn't exactly what I was thinking of, but you don't look like a man. Thanks, babe. Yeah, I've talked about this with Malachi too, where like I don't feel like I can actually perceive myself to literally any degree of accuracy. Like my perception of myself is so warped. I have no idea like how other people see me. I don't even really know how I see myself. Riz? No, your Riz is much higher than that. Always. But yeah, this isn't specifically for this use. This is more like to test rings that you like already have or like um so that you can maybe buy a more accurate ring. Like, do I have a ring near me? It would be in this mess. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is my um Claddagh ring that I got after my engagement ended. Because I was used to wearing a ring all the time and I was like, I need a new ring because I feel naked without it. So I got this ring and I also typically will use like a spacer on it. So this is, you know, it on. Because the thing is I need it wider because for some reason like my knuckle is really wide, but then like my finger at the base actually isn't as wide. So like just to get it over the knuckle, I need like a big ring. But then I like need the spacer for that. So anyway, so you would basically put it on here. Um and I would say this is pretty accurate. It's like an 8, probably more like an 8.25 or like an 8.25 because it's not like 8.5. But it has the spacer on it. And so then you could be like, okay, so my ring size is an 8. And then you could get another ring that's similar. Like if you went to a jewelry store and you're like, well, I have this ring, but I don't know what size it is. They would have this and they would like do that. So this finger, it might even be like more close to like a 7 3/4 or like a true 8. But I was wearing it on this hand. Because basically this ring has like symbolism, which you could just wear it and it doesn't matter really. But basically the idea is on your right hand, you wear it like this with the heart out. Like, how can I show this? To symbolize that you are single. And then if you're dating, you put it facing towards yourself. So like if I were wearing this now because I have a partner, I would wear it like this on my right hand. Don't mind my chipping nail polish, but on my right hand facing towards me. And then if you're engaged, you wear it outward on your left hand. And then if you're married, you wear it inward facing on your left hand. So like this would be if I was married. So that's the general symbolism of a ring like this, which you've probably seen it on the internet or in television. And yeah, so I got it because I would do this with my engagement ring to be like, okay, I still have it on because I was so nervous about it, like losing it. And so I would like fidget with it a lot. And so not having a ring on was making me feel like naked. So I bought myself this ring as like a little failed engagement gift to myself. It is something strong. Gonna make sure it's your bed. Inside my heart. I really want to get this to be like a little bit smaller because I don't think it needs to be as big as the earrings, because the earrings, I made them big so that they would dangle a little bit so that when I added other rings to it, it wasn't like tucked up against the ear. Versus for this, I would actually prefer it if it was like tucked up against the nose kind of thing. So again, this isn't really what this is used for. They have metal ones for this. So basically you would wrap it around the metal one you want. It would be perfectly circular. And then you could like squeeze it and clamp it to like get it to be like your ring to be perfectly circular. So that was the thing I was thinking of and why I was like, I don't have one and I need one. But then I was like, wait, even though this isn't like a perfect comparison, it could probably do the job. And I think that it's doing okay. It's at least getting it to be like relatively round. Okay. So now we're gonna I can trim it. I don't know, actually, maybe I won't trim it. Maybe that'll be how I leave it. Because she doesn't have a real nose, so she can't feel it if it feels weird. Okay, so I'm trying to pierce her nose, basically. Hello, Mary. Welcome in. How are you doing? Basically, I want her to have a septum ring because I feel like I love septum rings. If you didn't notice, because it's kind of small, I actually have one, which you can now see on my right here. But yeah, I love my septum ring and I wanted her to have one, so if I can figure out how to pierce a puppet. So it's not gonna be me, but she's sort of like a compliment to like I don't think of her as like a self-insert necessarily, but like how Drizzle is my clown brother, like this will be like my clown sister or something, basically. Also, I know you're on the newer side to here, so you're like, who the fuck is Drizzle? And let me show you in a second. I just finally got this punctured right, so I want to get this through. Okay. Oh my gosh, my fly is down. Why did no one tell me? Okay. This is Drizzle, my clown brother. Oh my god, there's so much dust that just fell down from the sky. He is dated for 1984, left in China, and he was my mother's. And he was gifted to me from her when I was a child, and he's been in and out of storage for a while. And I asked my mom, like, does he have a name? And she's like, no. So I was like trying to think of a name. Because he has an umbrella, I named him Drizzle. He came first, like the name Drizzle came first. And then I dress as a puppet or not a puppet, a clown sometimes. And I ended up naming my clown Rainy, like rainbow, because she's very rainbow colored. And also because it is a compliment to Drizzle. So this is Drizzle, my clown brother. I can actually show you my I can pause the music and show you my raid trailer if you want. For anybody that's maybe lurking, I'm gonna play my raid video. It's also my channel trailer, but it basically will just like kind of give you some stream lore, basically. It's like my stream lore video. Okay, here we go. I'm kind of shy.
I love your ass, Marley. I'm sorry, I have to say. Me and my fancy wieners.
I saw it between my legs and it's a tail. Do you see the family resemblance? For me, it was like not that bad.
I've swallowed worse.
I love a meme. It's like my whole personality. Look at all those chickens. And she was a fairy.
Yeah, okay.
No, I blew up. Okay, you all are gonna have to stop. Me?
Yeah.
Put some respect on my name, you know? Like, that's what I want. Who doesn't love a gay? Why were you all in there?
And I was like, I'm like a baby in here.
Mimi. You don't pick this dragon and then try and tell me he's not sexy. Other people can say funny things too. Like, it doesn't just have to be me. Cheers. So that's my channel trailer, raid video, stream lore extravaganza. But in there you saw my clown. So that was Rainy. And that's when I was like, you see the family resemblance? Because I call him my clown brother. So I'm like, obviously. And the reason I call him my brother is because he was my mom's. He's actually my older brother because he was born in 1984. And I was born in 1995. So. And now we're making a puppet. And I did pierce her nose. It's also very subtle, but I like it. I love clowns. I was so close to picking a little clown PNG instead of the pigeon. Hey, I don't know what type of PNG you have or like how many faces it has or what program you use, but who's to say that you couldn't dress your pigeon up like a clown? Pop that shit into Procreate and go to town. Okay, amazing. You do have... Okay, amazing. Great. I'm always like, what if we made it a clown? I almost went to the BB No Money concert in full clown. I opted to not do that, and not because I didn't want to be seen out in public in full clown, because I feel like if I were going to do it, the BB No Money concert would be the place to do it. But more for the fact that I didn't want to be in face paint all night. Because the face paint sits on my skin a little differently than foundation does. So it was more of a sensory thing than a stylistic choice. Okay, where's my scraps and trash bag? There we go. Oh, that's my needle. Oh, here's just a giant chunk of nail polish that came off my hand. That's great. I feel like that would fit that concert so well, but yeah, the overstimulation. Yeah. So I was like, you know what, oh, and I wear a wig for Rainy. So I'm in a wig of my clown ruff. Oh, that's also something that I've made. And it's actually in the room, which it never is. I keep it in my closet, but today it's in here. Because I've been showing people other stuff that I've made on... Well, I didn't make this on stream, but other stuff that I've made, like, crafting-wise. So this jingly monstrosity is Rainy's clown collar. And this is her hairpiece. For when I first did her, where I didn't have the wig. Now I do, and that's a core part of her look. So, thank you. I literally just got this fabric, like, okay. Everybody hates Walmart and, like, general big box stores and consumerism. But when I first made this, it wasn't, like, a bit, like, it was, like, a little bit of a kind of a joke. And then I wore it for a Halloween costume. So I just went to Walmart and picked up, like, the rainbow of colors, but in, like, the best shades. So they're all kind of, like, a more neutral shade than, like, the brightest orange or the brightest yellow. They're, like, a slightly off shade. Like, this is more of a maroon than a true red. But then... I, like, sewed it all together. Oh, and then on not the very first time, the second time I wore it, I got liquid blush on the yellow. So that's been on there. So I have to wear it technically upside down. I've had to wear it technically upside down, like, every time I wear it. Which is why you see these seams versus this side you don't. Because there wasn't supposed to be any visible seams. But I got blush on it. Hello, Ghost. Welcome in. And I made this cord too that like attaches the bells. I basically took like several different colors of embroidery floss and braided it together to make the cord to attach the bell. And I feel like it gives it like a medieval vibe, you know. And it's elastic, so it goes over my head. And then if you watch Ramiko's stream, he also has a collar a lot like this, but it's black and white. I made that for him for his birthday this past year. So yeah, so this is my thing. See, so the thing is you say that you're bad, but I swear to God, I'm not even religious. I swear to whoever that you want me to swear to, you can do it. I promise you, you can do it. It's the joy of making it that makes it great. Like this, there are errors everywhere. Like, look at the mess that is this stitching right here. But it was so fun to make, and I still, like, now this is like a big part of who I am, is me being a clown. And, you know, like, it's the best part about creating is being creative. Like, it's the, okay, but what if, you know, like how I'm like, okay, I made regular ears for our clown. I'm gonna take her out. My current thing is collage. I'm super into digital collage. Do you like my new branding then? Do you like it? How about this one? No, wait, here. How about this? Do you like it? I'm trying to commit to analog to get myself more into physical art. No, I completely understand that. Yes, I love that. Yeah, thank you. So I'm actually a graphic designer in my professional life. An unemployed graphic designer at that. So my logo is, I made it. And then if you look in my panels, I don't know if you're on mobile, if you're on desktop, but if you look in my panels, I also designed all of those as part of my rebrand. But then this is my co-working scene. And so this birdhouse right here is much bigger and like better quality picture right here. So I photographed this. Well, I photographed it here and then photoshopped it onto this candle holder. This owl actually is something I own. It lives right here. And so I like kind of collaged it together, you know? And I crafted this, you know, I added the bunting, I painted it, added the moss. Slay. Yeah, it's rough out here. It's rough out here. So solidarity. And then the necklace that's like over here in this corner, that's actually this necklace, which I also made. So I tried to incorporate my own objects that I own as well as other objects because I don't own every cool thing that I've ever seen. And you might relate to that. Like if we go into this, like I can point out some of the things I own. You can see Drizzle. There's actually two Drizzles. There's one up there and there's one here. This deer, I also own this deer. This hand, this little scallop tray, which there's two of those too. This little cat over here, I own that. The lantern that's up by one of the other hands and the birdhouse and the sword, I own that lantern etc., right? The rest of this stuff though, and I don't know if you know of this or you do this, normally I just pull trinkets looking from Pinterest, but I have cool little things I've thrifted. Yes, incorporate all that stuff. Yes, I think that that's a great idea. Also, look at museum archives. So like you like like if you pull from Pinterest for your own creative endeavors, that's your business. But if you want to like potentially sell this work or like utilize it in other ways that might be like technically against Creative Commons laws, go to museum archives. So like I would say anything on here that isn't something I own and have photographed was from the Smithsonian archives, the Creative Commons Zero licensed archives. And I just scoured the internet or like the archives on the Smithsonian for little trinkets and like things that I could edit out. So like a lot of these things have been color corrected and they were different originally, you know? Like if I were to switch this over there, that green and gold bottle, up at the top next to the leg, that was like a completely different color and like different things like that. So like you could make it to your aesthetic. It's just like seeing the vision, you know? And don't get me wrong, it can be a lot of work, but it can also be really rewarding. So if you're into collage, I would definitely recommend looking at, and also you might be more into collage in the way that like, do I have anything with me? I follow this collage artist that I have loved for a long time, and like this is a piece of her art, and I also have a piece hanging on my wall. It's actually this one that says sensitive, and it's a woman with like hands all over her touching her. I don't know if you can see it better from here, but this one where it says sensitive, this is the same artist. And she uses magazines. She did this like with her hands. But you could do the same with like art that's also in the archives. It doesn't have to be like a physical trinket or anything. It could be like a landscape photograph that you add in like a photograph of somebody else. You know what I mean? Collage it together. So those are my suggestions, tips and tricks. If you ever have questions about anything that I do on here, just ask. Just ask. And I'm very open. I don't gatekeep. I personally believe a soft wrongness, but I'm obsessed with their prints. I am terrible with names. So if I saw their work, I might be able to be like, oh yeah, I've seen that, but I would have to look them up. My friends have recently got into like bedazzling or like bejeweling things. And so they've been doing lighters. And I was like, I want to do one that's like inspired by Rainy kind of. And this is my first one, so it's bad. Which I think you were like saying that you yourself, like you're like, I'm not as good at creative, like physical creative stuff. This is the first time I ever did this type of craft. So you can see that I'm also bad and that it's just about having fun. But I did this lighter. And you can see like this whole side is not done. The back is kind of funny looking. But it was sort of like junk drawer clown inspired. And it was just for fun. Like it's a lighter, it works as a lighter, but like then this bead just came off in my hand, you know? So it's a display lighter right now. Oh my god, I just lost another one. That's okay. I have glue. Yeah, the perfectionist side of me just needs to let things be as they are and have fun with it. Yes. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So with this was such a fun project. It was literally $1 at the craft store. One of these little, like this little faux birdhouse. Like a bird would never actually be able to live in there, right? Um, because it's too small. And it's not meant for that really. It's for kids craft basically. But I bought it and it was like $1. And I was like, "Oh, I'll paint it. It'll be cute. It'll just be like a fun craft to do on stream." And then as I'm going, I'm like, "Ooh, wait, like what if it had like bunting, like medieval style bunting and little tassels? What if there was moss growing on it? What if there were glow in the dark stars on the roof? You know, like what if there were streamers and jewels hanging from underneath it?" Which I have up there, but they aren't pictured here because of the way that I needed to edit it. And it's just like that, like, okay, so I'm painting a birdhouse, and that's okay. But now what if I made it better? So same thing here where I had made her ears. I think they go like this. Regular ears. Round ears. And then I was like, they look great, you know, like they look like ears. They look like they belong on her head. That's great. But then I was like, it could be more fun than that. I get to do whatever I want. Why wouldn't I make it more fun? So then I made her elf ears instead. So it's just sort of like letting your imagination go. Just let it go. Let it run wild. And like that's how you end up creating, and like also problem solving, because a lot of being creative I feel like is problem solving. Like I want it to be this, how do I get it there? And that's like where half the fun is. Yes, do it. And it's okay if it looks bad at first. I want you to know that. It's okay. Because the thing is like it might not have looked how you wanted it to look, or it might not hold as strong as you want it to hold, but there's always the next time. You know, there's always the next time. And it's a process. And then one day you're going to look at it and you're going to be like, "Wow, I did that." Even if that day is literally tomorrow. Maybe you're like a whiz kid at it and it's literally tomorrow. You're like, "Oh my God, I'm so good at sewing. It's my hidden talent." But if it's also a skill you learn, that's fine too. That's fine too. Okay. That's a little bit better. Let me bend it though. Like I'm not happy with every bit of her, you know, like I think that her cheeks pucker kind of weird, you know, or like um her mouth is uneven. It's slightly crooked. But like if you saw her, you'd be like, she looks like a puppet. You don't think, "Oh, her mouth is weird." Or, you know, "Oh, why does she look like," you know what I mean? You don't think that. It's just me that thinks that. I also really like the idea of having a collection of little things that I... What? My grandma just broke into my house. What's up? Where is the Santa Clara post office? 1 second.
Okay, sorry. She needed to ask for directions. I did just a little Discord redeem. I'm questioning whether my whispers are open. So let me know if you have any trouble. Oh, did it not send you one? It should automatically send you one. So if it didn't, then I can just send it manually and then it should be fine. Yeah, it does not look like it sent. Okay, I'll pull it up. Got it? Okay. Copy. Stream manager. No, that's totally fine. This happens a lot. Like, not a lot. Like, it doesn't happen enough that, like, I need to change the way that I do it. But it happens, like, occasionally. So you should have been able to get that one. Because also, when I first started implementing that, I had it send from my bot, but that doesn't work with like the middle setting. So there's like open whispers and then there's closed whispers and then there's one in the middle where people that you follow can and like or follow you, or it's like people that you follow can whisper you basically. So it's not completely open, but it's not completely closed. But when I had my bot send it, most people didn't have, or like they either have it closed or people that I follow can message me. And yeah, and then like so it would 90% of the time it would error and I would have to send it manually. So I switched it so that it sent from my account, which seems to work better because most people that are able to redeem it do already follow me, because like you have 2,000 points, so like you probably follow me, you know. Which is also why I make it more than 300 points. Because 300 points is what you get from following. And so I like it. I like my Discord to be more for people who like have been here more than one time. And 2,000 is a little high. I've thought about lowering it, but watch at least once. Yeah, like, you know, get to know the community, get to know you actually like hanging out here before. And technically there is kind of a workaround. I have the settings so like if you sub and you go into your Discord settings, you can join that way. So there is a way around it, but you would have to sub to get around it. And most scammers aren't putting that much thought or effort into it, so I don't mind that. Oh my gosh, yes, there are scammers all over Discord. And I actually have been accused of being a scammer before. Not like really, but like because I'm a graphic designer and like identifying as a graphic designer online gives people like alarm bells. I have gotten like, hey, just to make sure you're like a real person. And I'm like, oh, unfortunately, I am so for real. I'm so real, whether we like it or not. About how I say it in the chat. Yes, I only say it once I've been there for like a while and people kind of know me already. Like we'll be talking about something like our jobs and I'll be like, well, I am a designer in my like day job and like blah blah blah. But usually they know me already, like that I'm not a scammer because I'm My favorite graphic design scammer. Meanwhile, Ern is like, please let me pay you money. And I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. So if I'm a scammer, I'm a really, really bad one. I'm a super bad scammer. Yeah, no, really. And graphic designers in real life are like kind of, I'm actually a little bit of an anomaly to be as like outspoken as I am. I find that most designers are more soft spoken and like our art is very technical and driven by like logic. And so we tend to be kind of like little design nerds, you know, versus like a theater person, you know what I mean? There's like different directions of art. Now, obviously, these are stereotypes or like observations, not 1000% true, but basically what I'm saying is most graphic designers are not cold calling people or cold messaging people or sending DMs or being like, please, like, let me design for you and you pay me. Like, we're not doing that. We actually would, that seems like my worst nightmare, asking somebody to pay me for something. So, even though I definitely want to get paid for things, but asking for it is where I draw the line. Okay. I think I need to sew on the ears. I really do. I'm nervous that gluing them on they will like not stay right because they're elf ears. So they're very like top heavy. So I'm worried they would peel off and I don't really want that. But I do think that I want to maybe add the nose first. Maybe I'll pin the nose. Where are my pins? To love you. The wildest one I got was probably a bot, was somebody who rolled into my DMs, had a conversation with me for half an hour about my profile picture, then offered to redo it after talking about how it was made by a real life friend of mine. Yeah. Like even if this was a real person, why would I ditch my profile picture made by my friend for a random DM I got on Discord? No, legitimately. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Or like I'm very open about being a graphic designer. Like it's in a lot of it was in my description. I don't know if it's still in my description, but it was in there and like, you know, I had a lot of like it says that I'm a designer like everywhere. Oh, even if it's not in my description, it's literally in my header image now. It says like streamer, designer, creator, I think is what it says. So then when somebody comes in and they're like, hey, like I could redo your scenes for you, or like I could design these things for you, I'm like, I designed these. So are you now insulting me and my ability? That's how you want to try and win me over? Crazy work. Basically, I'm just trying to like pin the things down so that I can get an idea of like where I want them before I adhere things with rubber cement. Also, the rubber cement is going to need to dry for a little while, so I don't know what we're going to do while that's happening. Okay, so that would be the nose. It looks kind of funny because of the pins, but... Hey designer, your designs are poop from a butt. Pay me to ChatGPT new ones. No, literally. And I'm like, huh? Huh? What? Okay. Remind me not to stick my hand in her right now. Let's actually roll this up because I'm gonna need to do that to get in here and like. I want to see if they're poking through and if I should be really careful. Okay, they're not really poking through. Okay. I'm safe. I'm safe. They're barely poking through. Perfect. It's good to know. When making a puppet, do you typically start off with a neutral fabric and then put another color over it? So you start off with this foam, which is a whitish color. I know some of foam is like either like a lightish green or like a kind of gross looking yellow color. So it might be that, and it honestly, just having my foam for a long time, it probably will turn yellow because it's just like this type of material will yellow over time. But it's white. Now, you could put any color you want, any fabric you want over top. Typically, it's fleece, but sometimes it's like a faux fur kind of material, and sometimes it's like, I don't know. It could be anything, really. You could put anything you want over it. I personally am using white fleece because if you didn't, I haven't revealed it super. Hello, welcome back. If you haven't super noticed, she will be clown adjacent. So she needs to have, like, I want her to have white skin because she is clown adjacent. But another person might be like, okay, I want my person to be purple. Like with these ears, she's kind of giving Count. So if I was making like the Count, I would make her purple, you know? Or like Cookie Monster is not fleece, but more that like faux fur. And so that's something. And then the eyes, these are her eyes, which I also made myself. They are made out of polymer clay, and I used a tablespoon measuring like you would measure like a tablespoon of sugar for your tea, which is kind of a lot of sugar, but that's your business. And I warmed polymer clay up in my hands, wrapped it in cellophane or like saran wrap and into like a little ball. So it looked like a little ball of like dough. And then I put it into the cup of the tablespoon and I like pushed it around until it was flat or as flat as I could get it. And then I baked it. I like pulled it out because it was wrapped in cellophane, so I could then pull it out very easily. I baked it and then I sanded it, and you can even see like some of the let me get this to like focus. This is my phone camera, so it is focused, but you can't really see them. But basically there are little lines on the eyes where you could see, oh, kind of right here, little grooves where the cellophane was like folded because it isn't the exact shape of this, so it has like a crease in it. So I tried to sand off what I could, and then I painted her eyes. Here are some un-eyelashed ones that are just pupil because I didn't know what I wanted her to have. So like this is just pupil. Now I still would have done eyelid for sure, but just pupil versus I ended up going with also an iris, which is a little bit more stylized, but I gave her green eyes. And still a very large pupil, but not quite as large. And then I used the same fabric as her face for the eyelid. I used black felt for the eyeliner because I wanted to give her like a winged eyeliner. And then this is literally a false eyelash. These are some of Rainy's eyelashes. So they're just like a more dramatic lash than I typically wear because I also wear fake lashes. Like, I don't know if you can see, but I wear fake lashes like every day. So you can see I'm wearing them now. But these are more dramatic. And I sewed them onto the eyelid and then I glued it all down. So now she has these eyes. I don't really know how I want them to be angled yet. Like, because if I could angle them kind of like this, and then she's like kind of really like cunty, or I could angle them like this, and then she's like a little bit more dopey, you know? And so I'm still kind of trying to figure out how I want them to be angled when I glue them down. But these are her eyes. And I love her. Her tongue is also not glued down. It's just sat in there because it's felt on felt, so it just sort of stays. But I tried out a few different sizes and I ended up going with the larger size. I love her too. Once I get her face like attached and her hair on, I'm gonna tell you guys her name. But she does already have a name. I've known it this whole time. I just haven't been telling you guys. I also didn't quite tell you guys that she was going to be clown adjacent, but I feel like you could have maybe assumed. I love how little changes make that much of an effect on the personality. Yeah. And what's great is you can just try again. If I don't like how something turned out, like right now I was going to put on her second ear and then I'm like, wait, I'm not paying attention to what the other ear looks like, which is kind of important, actually. Also, this ear's a lot better than this one, but we're just not going to talk about it. Maybe this one will be hidden by her hair. Maybe I'll keep her hair in the way. Okay. So I'm trying to like make them even and they are absolutely not even. Much better if I knew thing about you. Okay, so now that one's in there. And this is why I think that I'm gonna sew on the ears, because I'll have more control over how they will end up sitting. But the one thing that I have to glue down that I do not have an option for is the eyes. So that's why I'm pinning these down first to sort of get an idea of how I want them. So like this is her with her ears. And then I'll glue on the eyes. And then if I need to adjust anything else, I will do that. Also, they're still in here. Yeah. There's one. Or was that? Oh, that's both of them. There's also this, which I'll get black pins for so it's not super jarring. Also, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for that lurk. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to actually use these or not, but I'm just going to throw them on there and see how I like it. This thing I know. Ooh, whoops. I almost put her eyes on backwards. So I don't actually know if I'm going to keep these or not. I almost feel like they make it so her eyes are too high up. So I might not use them. And I'm going to try to lower them and see how that looks. Just to kind of get the vibe. I mean, that's better, but I still feel like... What if you made smaller ones? Yeah. No, definitely. I think that is definitely a good idea. These actually were the smaller ones. I had much bigger ones originally. And I was like, those are way too big. Okay. Honestly, I think what I'm gonna do is just cut one of them in half. Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. Hello, welcome in, Horror. How are you doing? Okay. So these are a lot smaller. And I do like them a bit more. I might leave them for like the last thing and see if I'll add them then. After I add her hair, because I feel like the hair is gonna help so much. Like she looks crazy right now, she's so bald. But she's going to have red hair too. So, oh my gosh, look at her with the eyes super close together. I don't know, I kind of like the eyes closer together. Like, that's kind of a vibe, right? Close to the nose. Do I only like that because my eyes are really far apart? She kind of looks like the Count's sister. No, literally, it's the ears. One, two, Okay, I think I want them here. Okay. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Where's the... Here we go. Okay. So that's where one eye is gonna go. And then how was your lunch list, by the way? Okay, and then this is the other one. So that's where the eyes are gonna go. Oh yeah, I love the count. Like I could have very easily been like, oh my god, she looks like the count, and scrapped the ears immediately. I already even had other ears cut out originally. So like I very easily could have not had her be the count, but was delicious. Good ketchup. Good. Okay, great. I love that for you. Okay. I'm so nervous. I've been nervous about this like kind of the whole time. This is scary. Okay. This is the rubber cement. Okay. So that's one of them. And I got some on my finger already immediately. So that's great. Okay. There we go. There's the second one. Where's the... Okay. I knocked over a tiny coffee creamer and didn't notice until I was like, why is my elbow wet? Oh no. Yesterday I got my sleeve, because I had those like flowy white sleeves. I got my sleeve into something at some point and I have no idea what it was, but then all of a sudden, like you, my sleeve was just wet around the wrist and I was like, what is that? Okay. I don't want to do too close to the edge because I don't want it to be like poking out, but I want to get it like kind of close just because I want it to have a really good grip. Okay. Yeah, the only thing worse than wet sleeves is a wet sock. I need to do laundry pretty bad, actually. I'm like all out of leggings, hence why I'm wearing jeans today. Okay. There we go. We've got it on there. I'm going to set a timer for like 5 minutes. And then we're going to, I don't know, chat, I guess. Hang out. Basically, this needs to dry a little bit before I put it on. But I just want to make sure I don't like poke myself, that I know where everything is in here. Okay. So this is her so far, but she is not fully done because I need to attach things appropriately. Ooh, while I'm doing this, I can also attach the tongue, now that I'm thinking about it. This one I'm less concerned about. Oh yes, Anna Grace. This is her song. It's a great song. I hope that she's very proud of it. I put this on my new playlist. Yay! And she's just such a lovely, lovely person. But yeah, this one, it kind of stays on its own. So this is really just to give it like a little bit of extra oomph onto here. So I don't even really need to do like the double and like weighting thing. Okay, there we go. Yay! She has a tongue! Ah! Ah! Okay, I'm gonna try and put the eyeball on. I didn't even wait the full, like, how many minutes was that? 5 minutes? I didn't even wait because it kind of looked like it was gonna be fine. It'll dry more at, like, on, but basically you just want enough that it will, like, stick to itself. Okay. Which I learned the hard way when working with, rubber cement. It is so much like eyelash glue. We're just pushing in there to make sure that there's like a good, strong connection between the two. Okay. Oh my gosh, guys, she looks like a puppet. It's so weird because, like, I know I've been making a puppet, right? So, like, obviously she should look like a puppet. That's sort of like the vibe. Like, she's supposed to look like a puppet. That's the point. I'm making a puppet. But she actually looks like a puppet. I don't know why I'm surprised. She looks a little drunk. Okay. Now we're gonna sew some of the stuff down, I guess. I might try to like, I don't know. I don't really love how her bottom lip looks basically. And I don't really know how to fix it aside from like cutting this off. And then thank you so much. Like, oh my gosh. Listen, Ern, are you in mod view right now? I was gonna add lips, but now I'm like, I don't know if I want to. So I might like do some hand sewing to fix it. Because I think that I could. I think that I could fix it if I just hand sew it down. No, but that one, but then check the one before that. Or two before that. Like, no, yeah, the one before that. I was gonna do it, but then I'm like, I need somebody else to see this. So I waited. Okay. So yeah, there's so much extra stuff going on in here that doesn't need to be. Okay. I love you, but I'm not gonna call you that. You know what? That's fair. That's fair, I guess. Oh my god, speaking of box. Look what they sent me to ship back my work laptop in. I have not, like, this is, like, what I got from the post office. Like, this is what they gave me. Like, what the fuck? It's fine. I'll just use a different box to, like, I'll just use a different box to mail it. Really, what I needed from them was the, shipping label. Which they could have just sent me in an envelope. If they didn't have a box, if they were like, we don't have a box, I'd be like, buy one, you're a giant company. But then I'd be like, just send me the shipping label. That's really all I want. I can find another box. I'm just not paying to ship back your computer. That's on you guys. Also, guys, I think that I might be like good on the 15 milligrams of Adderall. I know that sounds so random, but it was just like floating around in my head. But the reason that that was floating around in my head was because I was thinking about how I've had a really good week. I've had a great week. And I think in big part is that I am on the higher dose of Adderall. And I didn't even really notice that that might be why until last night. I was talking to my brother and I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I've been having a really good week. Would you know you're mentally ill when you are having such a good week that you're like, is there something else wrong with me? And then I was like, oh my God, wait, no, I started the higher Adderall dose. Today I got told I'm low in vitamin D. And I was like, yeah, it's been winter. I don't go outside. This is not shocking. Yeah. But yeah, so I had upped my Adderall dose and I think that it's actually better for me than the 10. Like it actually does work better for me specifically. Everybody will have a different dose that they like, but I probably should start from the other side actually. Yeah, but it's great. I've been feeling super awesome. I hope I get medicated and then we can compare. Yes. Slay. I love data. Let's data about our mental illness. But yeah, honestly, like I was just like, guys, I've had ADHD my whole life and I've never been medicated for it and I can't take it anymore. And she was just like, I got you, girl, and put me on Adderall. And I was like, you're a queen. That's queen shit. Also, I love my doctor. She's so good. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'm sort of like, is the war on drugs actually not to make us better, but is it to make us worse? Obviously, there are some drugs that I mean, you can abuse drugs for sure, but you know, makes you think. I have opinions on the war on drugs. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do my best not to get too political. Yeah. We try and stay light in here, you know, like sometimes I say a little bit like I get a little soapboxy, but I try to keep it very like peace and love positive in here because we all need a place to go where we're not talking about all of the horrors of the world, you know. And I would love to be that place. But if anybody has popped in and you're wondering where I stand fuck ICE, abolish ICE, war crimes, really. They're committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, even. Jail. All of them straight to jail. I'm pro-Palestine. And what are, Black Lives Matter and trans rights are human rights. Yeah. Crimes against humanity. I corrected myself. Crimes against humanity, which I honestly think may be worse. I'm anti-AI. Although I do understand the difference between generative AI, machine learning, and just computers being programmed to do stuff. I also understand the difference between that. I know it's a nuanced subject, but I'm against generative AI. So just the quick hits, if you were wondering where I stand on things, because I don't get political in here. I don't want anybody to be confused. If you disagree with any of that, you probably don't belong here. And that's okay. There are other people that you can watch. But if you like the vibe and you're like, maybe I could think about that a little bit more. And, you're more than welcome to stick around and hear my piece. And also, while we're at it, justice for the Canadian dollar. Because what the fuck is happening there? They're doing everything they can to keep Earn from playing RE9. No, really. No, for real. My button pressed twice. You have gay on a button? That's funny. I love that for you. Justice for Canadian gamers. Yeah, like what the fuck is that? Y'all deserve better. True. They have to nerf you or else. Yeah. Nah, you think I type that every time? You'd be amazed at what some people type every time. You would be amazed. My owl facts. That's a button. That's so fun. Is it under like my stream specifically, or is it like, do you have like a Seribot like page? Slay! Earn! Get out there, buy a lottery ticket. Maybe if you win the lottery, you can play RE9. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I'm so sorry. I fixed Slay, now it makes a sound again. There are so many more sounds, again, that were there, and then I accidentally broke them by getting a different computer. But now they're back. I can't believe how you said that to me. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you. Forgive me, please. Forgive me. Wait. I don't have an Earn one because I stopped. Yeah, Earn needs her own. No, for sure. She definitely does. I made like 3 of them and then stopped because I got distracted and then never came back to it. So I need to remake them. But yes, Earn. I think Earn even has a picture on it, but I didn't add. Let me see. Cool. Or maybe I deleted my shoutouts one. Commands. Wait, let me see if I can find it. I might have deleted it altogether. But basically, I had made on my... Sorry, guys. On this, on my... It still has my old branding on it because this is not a priority because only I see it. But on here, I had a scene that... Or not a scene, but like a page where it had like all of my friends' pictures. I would take like my friends' profile pictures and add them to each little thing. And then when I clicked it, their own like list. Can you run your command so that you can see what I mean by having your own command? So it would be like Rum and Liz and Maddie and Ashley. I think those are like the main people that have them, and then I gave up. Not on purpose, but alas, still gave up. Ah! That's so cute! Oh, I love that. I love Rainy. She's got such a special place in my heart. I think that's because I dressed up as Rainy for my 1K celebration. So I feel like those two things are like tied. And for my birthday. So like she's kind of tied to like positive events. Oh my god, why did that just happen again? What is happening here? I'm very nervous about my grandmother's couch, which got delivered to the post office, which I kind of knew was going to happen. And so she's going to have them help her get it into her car, I'm sure of it. And then I'm going to have to help her get it out of her car. Okay, can we please stop nodding? Okay, thank God. Oh yeah, loaf shirt. I have a loaf shirt command. Yeah, you're right. I do have that one. Oh yeah, so Liz has her like own command where which it didn't play the sound, which it is supposed to play the sound. Did it shout you out? Is it broken? Yes, shout out, no sound. Like a big shout out? Because I don't see that. Okay, great. Okay, great. I think I just missed it. The problem with the sounds is that all of the paths for all of my sounds are my Mac paths. So they are, it's not that I broke them on purpose. It just so happens that it broke. Okay, so basically when Liss runs the command, it's supposed to make a sound. When anybody else does, it just does the chat message and like the shout out. But when Liss does it specifically, there's a conditional effect where it will play the sound. So this is what it's supposed to do, I think.
That's up to Liss. Liss makes the rules. I just do whatever Liss tells me.
So that's Liss's command, and as you can see, because I tested it, it ran the command again. And it's similar to how we have Slay, where I also have a conditional effect for that. Where's my Slay command? I'm working on redoing like 90% of this stuff. But I have Slay edit, where the conditional effect is if Malachi runs it, it will be his Slay. And if anyone else runs it, it will be a 80% chance to be my Slay. And then a 20% to be his. So it's weighted because I
Slay.
Right. So like if it gets, oh, and if it's that command, it's always me. So it's like if you were like, oh, that's so Slay, there's a chance that it will be Malachi's voice. I get jump scared when it's Rum. I'm like, what is happening? And I programmed it. I now
Slay.
See? It's always shocking. But he said it the other day and nothing happened. And he was like, nothing happened. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't. And then I realized that all of my sounds are broken. So that was a fun thing to learn. Yeah. Oh, I do have a Kendra one. I don't know if I ended up making it do anything yet, though. There's always something. Yeah. Also, hi, Bryce. How have you been? How have you been, Bryce? Okay, she had a little bit of lip surgery because I didn't like how she had like a bump in the middle of her lip. So now she doesn't have a bump anymore. A little bit of a plastic surgery over here. It's time to live and die for you. I've been good. Little Fries had an early out, so I asked about leaving early. Now we're laying on her bed while she plays Minecraft on her Switch, and I fight falling asleep for a nap. Take that nap. That sounds so relaxing. Oh my goodness. That sounds so relaxing. I'm glad that you and Little Fries are doing good. How old are they again? think it's her, but yes, she. How old is she? She's 5. No way! Is she an old 5 or a young 5? Because Marley's son turns 5 in like a week. Isn't that so cute? Ah. She's yelling bruh at Minecraft. Well, she's still your kid. So that's not that super surprising. She's 6 in August. What day? My birthday's the 5th. I guess you don't have to tell me exactly what day, but is it the 5th? It's the 21st. Okay. I def not biased for March birthday. Yeah. My ex-fiance's birthday was also, or is, he's still alive, is in March. It's the 20th. And then my mom's was the 21st, the 24th. And I think that Marley calls her son Goose online. I think that Goose's might also be the like March 21st, but I could be mistaken. Okay. Oh my gosh, I like the lips so much better now. Like, it's just so much nicer now that she doesn't have that weird lip thing going. She looks just like the Count. Guys, like, she looks so much like the Count. That's so funny. Did we choose a name yet? I know her name, but I haven't shared it yet. I want to announce it once I have her hair on. So, we're gonna attach her ears and her nose, and then we'll do her hair. And maybe while I'm doing the hair, I'll talk about it. But I wanted it to be kind of a surprise, like a reveal. It'd be fun if you guys tried to guess her name and see if any of you get it right. I've given a good amount of hints this stream, so I know not all of you have been here the whole time, but if you want to take guesses, if anybody gets it right, I'll gift you a sub. I would die if like the first person that guessed got it right. That you speedrun guesses? But only to me? What do you mean? What does that mean? Oh, hints, but only to you. Got it. Okay, so some of the things that I said is that I don't want to give it away, but I will give the one hint that she is clown adjacent, which I think is clear based on how she looks. And that she is like a part of my clown family. I will also say that. Who's the lady? The clock lady? What? Oh. Okay, so that's Lunette. Lunette is the big comfy couch girl, and her doll's name is Molly. And neither one of those are her name. I will tell you that at least. No one's guessed it yet. Lunette and Molly, a clown and her dolly on the big comfy couch. No, I'm terrible with names too, so I am not judging you at all. You're so good. I just didn't know how to help you, honestly. Yeah, that was more why I was like, I don't know who you mean. This is a fun cover. Is it Earn? No, it's not. It's not Earn, but that's a good one. This is also not a bully Earn stream. I want to be so for real. Yeah, true. She is a mod now in here. Just if you didn't notice, if anybody in here didn't notice that Earn is a mod, she can rock your shit and I give her full permission. She's already banned 2 people today. No, I know you didn't mean it in a mean way. If I actually thought that you were bullying her, I would, like, say something. But I know that's, like, just you guys' friendship. But earlier I did say something mean about the Canadian dollar. So I wanted to, after saying something nice though, it was a bit of a back and forth situation. Why not make it 3? I know, right? You know, things happen in 3s. That's what they say. It was a compliment sandwich, yeah. This is such a weird experience to be sewing her face on like this. Also, I added a couple more tags. I switched some out. I went and I looked in at which ones got me the most like interaction. And I basically trimmed off the 2 that got me the least amount, and I added Puppeteer, and I also added Legendary Women. So we'll see how those do. Yes. Yeah, English and woman are definitely my most like utilized tags. Like they are the ones that get me the most interaction. But then there are some that are just for fun, like Silly Goose. But Silly Goose also did get more than reads chat and closed caption. Just saying. I forgot about analytics. I forget about analytics tabs sometimes, but I went through and updated my emotes based on it. Yeah. I also, wait for it, I actually am on the Legendary Women's shelf. And then for those that don't know, Twitch actually came in the other day and featured me on their stream on the front page. Gifted me 20 subs and then rated me. All because I'm on the Legendary Women's shelf. And then they came back yesterday. Twitch was in here watching my stream, which was another surreal experience. But they had to check on their pig. But it was really sweet of them to come back. And then we built Glitch the Pig, which is the pig's name, a Twitch-themed barn for her to live next to our house so that we don't accidentally kill her. Oh yeah, I was kind of freaking out. I highlighted them coming in on my page. So if you wanted to go check out what all happened when they came in last week, I think it was last week. I made it available because I knew I wanted to keep it. In the brief times I'm not here. Oh no. But yeah, it was definitely like a really surreal moment that I was not expecting. Oh, and Liz, you would have loved it because I was right after Shania. Shania was also featured and I was right after her. And I know that you love her. I watched past them doing the gifties, but not much further. Yeah. Yeah. And it was so, because I went back and I watched, so like I knew what it was like on my end when they came in, but I wanted to see what the Twitch stream was like because I was live, so I wasn't watching it. So I went back and watched the Twitch VOD, and so that's when I saw that Shania was right before me, and I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. Because, like, I know I'm not, like, super, like, I'm not in there a lot, but I have been following Shania for a while, and we're in a lot of the same, like, circles, and I have met her when I went to TwitchCon, so it feels like I know her, even though I'm not super close with, not as close as, like, you and Ash are, you know? Right. No, exactly. I think you must have been in a meeting or something. I think it was like at like 1 or 1:30, so yeah. So that was just such like a cool like small world Twitch moment, you know? Um wanted something. Sometimes when you're sewing through like a million layers of fabric, you need to get out the pliers. Okay, so it's now I can remove this. It's not fully down yet, but it's about half down. So we're getting there. I removed the last pin. I also want to go in and like touch up the eyes because they're all kind of fucked up. They're not like white anymore. They look white on camera, so I guess maybe I don't need to mess with it right now, but they are not. They are dirty. She needs some clear eyes or something, some Visine. That's awesome. Can you share maybe like one or two of or like two or three of the songs that you're combining? Because I know you're doing like many and like you also have a composition. So I'm wondering like do you have any songs that might be recognizable? Also we have a lot of like musical people in our community too. Like Phantom Marigold is learning how to do music, like digital music production. And then also we have Anna Grace, who's a singer-songwriter, and Frice also is a musician and singer. Sarah Nell is a singer. I think that she knows instruments as well, but I don't know. Tunga also. I'm like the day that I get to hear Tunga Bunga play the saxophone will be the best day of my life, I think. And I have no musical ability, so. But you know, we all have our strengths. And I think what I lack in musical ability, I make up for in pizzazz. Yes, Liz also sings. Yes. And Liz has this really fun redeem on her channel where she does karaoke, but it's sort of like just like covers of the songs really because she's really good at singing. I think but I lack in musical ability, I make for in pizzazz. Yeah, that's honestly, I feel like that's kind of most of my personality. Like if I make up for all of my personal shortcomings with pizzazz. You gotta say it like that too. Um I mean, even going to the concert, like I was a personality invite. Like not like you know how people are like, "Oh, I'm a personality hire." They were like, "Oh yeah, and then we had to invite Bryn, you know, like for the vibes." And I was like, "Thank you. I take that as a giant compliment. Thank you." I mean, you guys can only kind of see it, but I can only it's weird because when I had you guys on this side, I was using my left hand because I'm left-handed. And now that you're on this side, I'm using my right hand. But I'm not right-handed. So I'm just making it difficult, I guess. But at least you can see better than when I had you set up on my desk. I like having that view, but it just like never caught the right angle of stuff. So at least now you can like see my lap, which is where I mostly hold things to like maneuver them. She's so cute. I love her little nose. I'm so excited. Hello, Brie. How are you? How was your stream? Could we get a shout out for Brie Lore, please? I'm dying to play Pokopia. I'm like losing my absolute mind. I want to play it so bad. And then can we also get a tiny artist shout out as well? Okay. It's mostly 4 samples that form the core. It's one an interview, Dave Grohl. Okay. I love a little interview in there. Weapon of choice. Okay. I love that. I feel like it's like musical collage, and I think that that's so beautiful. I'm doing great. I'm just deep in my obsession with Pokopia. I literally, it's the only thing on my throne right now. And like I am just like, wait. Wait, raising money. I want to play it so bad. I want to play it so bad. But yes, right now we're working on my puppet. Who I have not, I almost just said her name is blah blah blah, even though I am like trying to like not say her name yet. Yeah, obviously I know that we're all poor. Like that's the thing about having a strong community-based channel where we all have like similar struggles and interests is that we're all fucked right now. So I'm not expecting anybody to donate, like actually. But I figured, you know, it can't hurt to like put it out there, right? Like can't hurt. So again, absolutely no pressure. It's kind of like a silly, goofy thing. To even add it on, to even like say I'm adding it like that, but again, who knows? Maybe somebody's wandering around Twitch and they want to fairy godmother me. Maybe someone's dad will stumble in here. Anyone got a rich dad? Exactly. That's the vibe. That's the vibe I'm going for. Because and I'd stream it. I would stream it. I was talking earlier about how my original Switch is just like a minefield of doxing. Like I can't stream from my original Switch because it's just like at any corner it could dox me. So if I do, when I get a Switch 2, I'm manifesting. When I get a Switch 2, I won't be putting my real name like on any of the games. Because I will be damned if I restart my original Animal Crossing island just because I used my real name. Like, that's my, like, OG island, and I can't bring myself to restart. I literally just can't. But if I got a Switch 2, I could start a new island on there. But I did change my name everywhere. But on Animal Crossing, you can't unless you restart. Which if Ern is listening, knows that all too well. Okay, her nose is attached. Yeah, it's like, so I just can't really like do anything with that. So, and that would be the one thing that I would want to stream from my Switch. My original Switch. So like, I just have to like not stream from my Switch. But if I got a Switch 2, then I could actually like, I would set it up here with like a capture so that I could stream it. That would be my plan. I will say, how's the category? Like, I know that everybody's playing it because they love it and it's amazing. But do you feel like you got people watching that like were just interested in Pokopia? Or was it like mostly your community just hanging out? We do talk a lot about our fellow streamers in here and like the technical side of streaming because I find that very interesting. So typically it's okay to talk about your own stream in here if I'm like maybe don't walk in and be like, hey, I stream, this is my first time here, come check me out. But like if you've been here before, I probably don't like really mind if we talk about your stream. And I will probably ask about it. Like how I was just talking about a minute ago, how I went in and I changed some of my tags around. So I had reads chat and closed captions as tags on my channel. And those are still true. I do still read chat and I do still have closed captions. But I took them out of my tags because people weren't like using them to find me, and that's why they're there. Is like if somebody's looking for that thing, they will like look at other people that have that as like a tag. So if no one's clicking it, then it's not useful as a tag. So I switched it out for Legendary Women because I'm on the Legendary Women's shelf. And then also Puppetry or Puppeteer because, well, because reasons. Tiny, if you're still here, have you thought about using your puppet on stream or even like taking some photographs of it and um making like a PNG out of your puppet? Have you thought about doing stuff like that? I'm sure you have. You're a very creative person, but I am now asking about it because I want to know. I did use it for my B-Day stream, but I realized I need to build my upper arm strength. Oh, that's so fair. I must have missed that part because I was in and out on your birthday. You streamed for a long time, which is like slay. But I couldn't be there the whole time, unfortunately. So I must have missed that. But I'm so glad to hear that you were using it. And yeah, my upper arm strength is not good. This is not. Also, I was amazed that when I just made this, my hand starts sweating almost immediately. It's like a furnace in here. I couldn't imagine being in like a fursuit. If my hand is sweating inside this puppet, I don't know how people wear fursuits, honestly. And like complimentary. Like I'm not against furries. I just literally couldn't imagine sweating like that. I'm hoping that this looks good. If not, I'm gonna have to seam rip it and hopefully that works. I mean, I think it looks like an eyelid would look, which is enough for me. It must be nice in the winter. I mean, that could be true. That could be true. I know that there were furries at the BB No Money concert, and I was like, slay. Slay. Honestly, everybody was so nice. And I was talking about it earlier. But like people were so nice. I had such a great experience. Um, like there was all different kinds of people there. There were like people my age, there were like college students in like little club outfits, there were furries, there were moms. There were all kinds of people there and everybody had, I think, a wonderful time and could really like let loose and just have fun. And it's so rare to have a moment like that where like people are just getting the fuck like along. They're just getting along. And that's so rare these days that like people are just letting other people live that I'm like slay. Like that's so exciting. It was so fun. And I want more of that like in my life. Also my break is over. Okay, have fun. Thank you for being here. And hello, Kaven. How are you doing? I saw you in I haven't been able to watch Tunga's streams, unfortunately, because I've been uh like it's been lining up right when I needed to do other stuff. But I did see you in the chat for Sarah and Tunga's collab, and that was really cool to see you in there. Oh no, a little sickly. Is it like big sickly or is it like seasonal sickly? Um, Both are completely valid, but I want to know what kind of get well message I want to give. I think it's seasonal because I had a similar thing last year. Okay, yeah. Well, I hope that you feel better. My allergies have been crazy lately. So I don't know if you take allergy medication or like you um or like if you have allergies. But I didn't think or I never had seasonal allergies until I turned um like 25. And now every year I get messed up. And sometimes if it was allergies, it'll turn into like a cold, like or like the flu or whatever. So it could have been allergies to start, but now it might be something else, but or it could just be germs. Sometimes that just happens. But yeah, my allergies have been kicking up. I think it looks good, right? Like it looks like an eyelid versus like this one is not sewn down yet, so you can kind of see the seam. But this one obviously you can there's still a seam, but it's more like attached, which I feel like is better. I normally don't take them. That sounds like what happens to me. It starts out with a stuffy nose, and then like 3 days later, I get a fever. Yeah. My stepdad actually like had something similar happen this year. He has COPD. So I think what happened was he maybe had allergies or like a small cold, but then it just like got a lot worse. And he's fine now, but he felt like shit for like a little while. Um so I'm glad yeah. Yes. No, yeah. That's why I wanted to be clear that he's okay. I saw him yesterday. He is doing a lot better, but I guess technically I didn't see him because he was in the other room, but I heard him. Um my brother lives with him. Um and so he went to say goodbye. Um and I heard him do his typical be safe. See you in the morning because my brother comes over to do his laundry um at my house because it's easier for our schedules. Well, like his schedule because he works nights and they don't have a washer and dryer at their house. So my stepdad has to like go to the laundromat and it's this whole thing. So I just go pick my brother up and he does his laundry here. Um Weekly. So on Thursdays, that's what I do. I watch right now we're watching Adventure Time, but we've watched a bunch of shows together. Usually animation. I actually don't know if we've watched something that wasn't animation, now that I'm thinking about it. But I think it's all been animation. Anyway, we're big into animation, and so we watched a lot of stuff, and now we're doing an Adventure Time run. But yesterday we didn't watch Adventure Time. Actually, we watched this new movie called Arco, which I absolutely adored. It is so good. I've been hyping it up like crazy, probably too much, but it's so good. I loved it. I found it to be so creative. but like also so current and like hopeful and sad, and it really made me feel an arrangement of emotions. That's nice. I'd love to watch Adventure Time. Yeah, so I've seen all of Adventure Time probably like 4 times. I'm a big Adventure Time fan. Um and then I've also watched Distant Lands twice, and then I've seen the first season of Fiona and Cake. And basically I was like, okay, for our next show, I want to watch the new season of Fiona and Cake. And as you might know, that came out like last year. But before we watched it, I was like, okay, dude, though, but I want you to watch it because he's seen Adventure Time, but like as it was airing. So that was years ago. And he has a terrible memory for like long-term memory. So I'm like, I want you to be able to watch this the way I watched it, where I like got all of the like little Easter eggs and things like that. So I'm gonna need you to rewatch this show with me. And so we're rewatching it. And then I'm gonna show him Distant Lands, which I'm excited about because he hasn't seen it. And then also Fiona and Cake, which I love. And so it's gonna be really fun. But yeah, so I have not seen the second season of Fiona and Cake because I'm waiting until my brother and I are done with Adventure Time to get to it. This song is so cute. Okay. Okay, so one eye is done. So it's now been attached. So this is not going anywhere. And then this one I need to sew down. I'm still deciding if I want these on her. But I think I might do like, her hair first before I fully decide. I might take them off for now just so that they're not rubbing black felt all over her, which can be a thing. Okay. I could probably do it on my other hand because this is actually going to be the hand that I use more for her because like I just feel like this is going to be more my hand that I use for her. So yeah. She's coming along. Oh gosh. I need to adjust my seat. I can't wait to okay, this should be pretty good. Not really. It's like not actually, it didn't adhere. Let me see if I can do this again. What got you into making her? So I am a big Jim Henson fan. I am my username is Brinth, which is actually short for Labyrinth because that is my favorite movie. And it has been since I was like really little. So I was into it, like I've always been interested in the puppetry of that. And I would watch the like at the end of the VHS, there was the making of the movie documentary. So it showed how they like made all the puppets and like all of the different like stuff that they did to and how like sometimes a puppet would be puppeteered by like 4 people because of like just the nature of like how big the puppet was. And then like Bear in the Big Blue House was always something I was really interested in too. Not just like Muppet puppets, but also just like all of the puppets of the like 80s, 90s, early 2000s. Between the Lions is like one of my favorite PBS kids shows. And I've just always been a fan of puppets. So, and I didn't really realize it until I got a little bit older, like literally last year, and was like, oh, wait, all of these things have one thing in common, and it's that there's puppets. So I like puppets. Because I had never really thought of it like that. I would just like, been like, I like all of these things individually. They're enjoyable to me. And then I like realized that they all have puppetry in common. So then I was like, I could make a puppet. Basically, I'm utilizing free will. I was like, I could, and thus I will. And that's how we got here. And now I have like a whole puppet. Okay, hopefully this time this actually like sticks good because it wasn't really sticking with just the one layer. Like I could just very easily pull it up and then it's like, what is the point of gluing it down if I can just very easily. It's also funny because like I'm pushing really hard, so like my hand is doing like a little shake and it looks like she's shaking. Oh, that's really funny. But yeah. So she's made out of 1 or 1/2 inch foam and white fleece, and polymer clay, false eyelashes because I had to give her falsies, and then some metal for her jewelry. So she has a septum ring, and then she also has these earrings, which I do want to make like dangly like earrings for her, but I wanted to get her mostly going before we started accessorizing her. Like I wanted her to actually have a face, which she does have now, and I think she's so cute. I'm so happy with how she's turning out. But like I said, it's sweaty in there. It's like a sauna. And I'm following a pattern by the YouTube creator Puppet Nerd. And on his website, if you like sign up for his emails, then you can access his free patterns. And that is what I'm using for like that's what I used to make her. But honestly, you could very easily go off of vibes and just make whatever you want. Like, that's the beauty of it. I specifically wanted her to have like a Muppet-like appearance. So like I wanted to follow a tutorial that would get me something close to that. But I could also very easily see myself like making other puppets that are like smaller or like have a different vibe to them, you know, like, or even doing like a marionette. I've also thought about making something like that. But I decided to start with the biggest puppet that I could possibly start off with. Which is, you know, a very Bryn choice, I will say. That's about as Bryn as it gets. But it's also been so fun to share it with y'all. Getting to make this puppet on stream has been so rewarding to me, and so like fun and just a delight. It's really a delight to get to create with so many wonderful people and hear about all of your creative endeavors. We've got so many people from like all different disciplines in the chat who do all different kinds of art, and I absolutely adore that. I think that's, you know, so fun and beautiful. And it's one of my favorite things about having like being a streamer is like having a community of like of y'all. Basically just my favorite part of streaming is you guys. Not to be cheesy, but it's true. I got incredibly lucky when I started streaming. That I was able to meet and befriend so many absolutely wonderful people, and it has literally changed my life completely, streaming, and I couldn't imagine what my life would be like had I not done it and stuck with it and gave it like a really good shot. And I started off with literally 0 followers and with a whole new username. Like, I had been watching Twitch a little bit over the years, but this was like, I'm starting from scratch. No one recognized my name in chat. Like, I did post in a few Discords when I first started that, and I was like, like in there, if they had like a self promo channel in their Discord, I picked out specifically only the ones that had like communities that I admired and like felt a part of. So like I think one of them was like Cheyenne Barton, and another one was like Mayberry Streams or Mayberry Art, who does the
Join the club.
Bobcat, 8 months is so long. Thank you so much. But Mayberry Art made this emote. And so that was one of the communities that I shared in. And there were just like a couple more here and there. And that was it. I just posted in a couple of Discord self-promo channels and then started streaming Stardew Valley. And then I met Marley immediately, like the first week. And she's my best friend, like in the whole world. Maybe except besides Malachi, but you know, he gets a special title, so Marley can have best friend. And like you know, meeting everyone that I met through Fae and Fauna, like really truly, and I would say it to Sal a bajillion million times. Unfortunately, Celendria doesn't stream anymore. But like I have always said it, and I will continue to always say it to them, that their community and their stream team is like the reason that like everything in my life is the way that it is now. Which is like kind of like, you know, no pressure, Sal, like no pressure. But like I'm incredibly grateful. And they didn't even have to like really do anything other than just like have good gut feelings about a group of 50 people, you know? And like that changed lives, you know? And like I think that that also is like a really cool reflection on how like so like anything you do could really like be life changing to somebody, and to like always choose kindness. This is what happens when you guys are lurking and quiet and working and stuff. I get rambly. I honestly, I really like my new um oh my gosh, this is gonna be so difficult. I like super glued this to their head. Oh no. Okay. The other one was so much easier to do. Um, thank you. I'm like such a mushy person. Like I'm such like a my entire personality is like drunk girl in a bathroom. I think that was even on my like dating profile for a little while. I don't have one anymore. But when I did have a dating profile, that was on there because that's how I feel. Like I'm like, you get a compliment. You get a compliment. Everything is magical and everybody should be nice. Hello, welcome in. But yeah, live your life like a drunk girl in a bathroom. Everything's going good. I'm making a puppet. I miss Marley and I miss our pigs and generally our ranch that we have. But she's working or something. How dare she work? But yeah. I've also, for those that have, those are your brand designs? What do you mean? Like she's my brand? I mean, she definitely has elements of my brand. But she is her own, she's her own silly goofy gal. Um Okay, I'm glad that I'm past that part where I extra super glued her. Oh, yes. So she is just for me. I'm not being paid to make her. She's a passion project of my own making. Um, but I am a graphic designer, yes. So I did a rebrand of my Twitch. And so if you are on mobile, it's a little bit harder to see. But my panels down below my stream, I redid all of those. I also redid my scenes. So like all of this stuff that you see on screen is new. Um and um that's been fun. I actually have been getting like I've gotten like 3 different inquiries about me being commissioned to make stream assets. So that's promising. The reason I just like stopped and like thought for a while is because I'm like, wow, that's like the most traction I've ever gotten for my design work before. And I'm like fumbling it so hard. Thankfully, the 3 people that asked me are all my friends, so I can hopefully get a little like save like they'll give me a little bit of grace, hopefully. But I am available for commission if anybody in chat that's like lurking is interested, just email me. My email is in my bio for my professional inquiries. I believe it's just contactbrinth@gmail. So hello, Marley. I was just talking about you and how much I miss you and how it's mean that you have to work and we can't ranch all day. Yeah, exactly. Like, don't they know that we have pigs to take care of? Like, what the hell? But how are you today, my darling? My darling bestie. Okay, now we need to attach her ears. Oh, lots of sewing. This whole project is a lot of sewing. So if you don't like sewing, maybe don't make a puppet. but so her nose is connected and her eyes are both connected and her tongue at this point should, yeah, that's much better. Her tongue is connected. Her ears though, they are not yet connected. So that's my next step, is working on the ears. And then we're on to the hair, which is the final step of like her body. Twitch, so Twitch is pretty much another source of income and a way to advertise your freelance work. Quite interesting. Which kind of materials you usually use for your crafting? No throne messages? What do you mean? Wait, what? Did you donate? Marley. Thank you. I don't know why that didn't work. Do I have it turned off? Oh, I did get a message. It just didn't pop up on screen. It's in my thing. Wait, let me see. Can I add a sound to that? I'm adding a sound so at least I see when it comes through. Okay, now it should make a sound, so I'll at least know when it comes through. But thank you so much. Yeah, I'm dying for a Switch 2. I really want to play Pokopia. And I would play it on stream. So I know it's rough out there. I don't got any money, hence why I put it up there on the throne. It's absolutely no pressure, but if anybody just like has money burning a hole in their pocket and they're looking for somewhere to put it, I wouldn't complain. But yes, so yeah, no, I stream on Twitch because I love it. I don't stream for the money. To be completely honest, I earn between $100 and $200 a month on Twitch. So that's really nowhere near enough to sustain an adult person in the United States. So I typically will make my money from a job. Usually some kind of in-house designer role. But I my contract ended at my job. So I no longer have that job. So right now I'm streaming full time while I'm looking for another job. And also like if I start earning substantial income from freelancing, that would also be amazing. That would be great. I would be so down for that. But until it can sustain me, I need to have some kind of like real full income. So there's that. And the it I'm referring to is actually my freelance and not streaming, because I am absolutely not counting on stream ever making enough money to sustain me. It would be great if it did, but there's so many factors in determining that like it would be insane of me to assume that could or would happen. So I am not counting on Twitch long term. And if for some reason I just, blow up all of a sudden, slay. If not though, still slay, because I have an amazing community and wonderful friends and so many great things. Okay, I'm trying to like get in here. But yeah, so for crafting, I use all kinds of supplies. So this is made out of fleece and foam. Um, and also felt and polymer clay. So it's a very multimedia project. This puppet. Um Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's just a really hard market right now. Like, I try not to take it personally. It's just the world is really rough right now. So, um, you know. But then I also sometimes will work with wood in my crafts. And sometimes I'll work with what is some other stuff? Oh, beading. I'm big into beading and like metal work kind of. I'm like getting into that. And obviously I'm a well, maybe not obviously to everybody, but for those that don't know, I'm a graphic designer, so digital work is also, you know, huge in my wheelhouse. Work with wood. Oh my god. Marley, I can't take you anywhere. Always acting up. My best friend is also a graphic designer, working as a freelancer. He turned into a tattoo artist. Yeah. Because being a graphic designer is crazy right now. Yeah. It's rough out here. We do have an ad starting soon. I'd let Brent tattoo me. I don't know if I really want to do tattoo, honestly. I don't know if I want to be that close to somebody else that I don't really know. And like that's basically what tattooing kind of is. And that's so much pressure. I like being able to make mistakes. You can't do that with a tattoo. I forgot roller paper? What? What is happening in my chat? But yes, we have an ad coming up. So if you're gonna stick around for the ad, thank you so much. Oh no, the ad's already started, so you can't hear me. That's fine. Oh, yeah. You call it roller paper? I actually was fine with thinking that it was rolling papers. I don't mind. Oh, okay, yeah. You better not be watching and driving and texting and driving. I'll ban you. Oh, no, I didn't read that message. I didn't read that. I like roller paper, like when I hear Brits call paper towels kitchen roll. Yeah. You can do what you want, but so can I. And if I want to ban you, I will. For texting and driving. Okay, this is coming together. Also, when's Goose's birthday? We were talking about it earlier. Is it the 21st? Or is that when the party is and his birthday's a different day? Or am I wrong altogether? Because that could also be true. The 25th. Okay, yeah. That's the day after my mom's birthday, which is really funny because your birthday is the day after my sister's birthday. His party's the 21st. See, I knew I was paying some kind of attention. I was paying attention to something. Okay. The Amazon guy just parked right behind me when I was climbing in my car to leave. Now I have to leave again. I love you. I'm sorry that you have to leave again. I had to get up to turn off my stove like 4 times last night because I kept getting up to turn it off. And then I would do something else in the kitchen, and then I'd come back and I would sit down next to my brother and I would start saying something, and then I would hear the oven click because it makes like a click sound when it's like heating and like cooling or whatever. It like makes like this little like tick sound. And so I kept hearing it and I'm like, God damn it, I still haven't turned it off. It was so frustrating because it was my fault completely. That's when it gets real frustrating. I'm happy I could grace you with my presence for a moment. I agree. I'm so glad that you stopped by. I love you. I hope you have a wonderful day. My throat feels kind of funny, almost like I could be getting a sore throat and I'm scared, but I'm wondering if it's just because I've had my head bent down for the last like 4 hours. I'm really hoping it's the second one. Okay. We're almost done with this ear. Then we have one more ear and then it's hair time. And I'm literally so excited about doing the hair. You guys, you have no idea. I'm so excited. I've been excited about this. Like I've been dying to do her hair. But the thing is that interior designers can do graphic design, but not the other way around. No, I mean, that's fair. I think that you can, though. Like, a lot of creative fields, like, want, like, you to have a degree either way. But it's like having if you are self-taught and you have a portfolio, that is valid, but you have to have the portfolio if you don't have, like, an actual degree. And, that can be harder, I think, with interior design rather than graphic design, because there's a lot more upfront costs, like and also like physical space that it takes up. So you have to like find people that would that would hire you for freelance work as an interior designer, which I think is a lot more difficult than finding people that would hire a freelance graphic designer. Just because of like the logistics of the two different mediums. Okay. She's got an earring. I also detached her earlobes. So she has loose earlobes, which is not something that I was expecting to do, but that's what happened. I'm happy with it. But yeah, I don't know if Malachi, if you're still listening or looking, but this is how she's looking so far. I need to, and honestly, anybody else. I'm holding up the puppet. So this is how she looks so far. And she's gonna have hair, but I wanted to add her features first so that I didn't put any of her like hair follicles where I wanted to put like a nose, you know, not that I would do that, but like, yeah, very Dracula. So, she's like the Count's cousin or maybe niece or something like that. She's very the Count coded right now, but she's gonna have hair, and I think that's gonna help. And I think her outfit will also help, but she just doesn't have an outfit yet, you know? So, but yeah, her ear is attached, her nose attached. Yes, her nose attached. Her eyes are also attached. So we just have ah 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 ah. That's my best one. How is it? One. Ah, ah, ah. Two. Ah, ah, ah. Three. Ah, ah, ah. I actually had this like PlayStation 1 Sesame Street game, which ran like hot garbage. And I don't know, like the patience I had as a child to play this game was insane. Because it ran really badly. But I specifically remember there being a Count level. Let me see if I can find it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely like do something creative and be happy and poor, or do something smart and be bored. But you always have a job, but you might also be bored. Oh man, I remember playing those educational games on my dad's. Hello, welcome in. I'm doing well. Yeah. No, there was I played a ton of games when I was young on the computer. But I only had a few that were I only had a few that were sorry, my brain's not working. On PlayStation. And so that was when this was one of them. I'm gonna quickly pull up. What kind of capture or what kind of thing is this? I hate that thing that happens to me. Add source. Oh, window capture. Okay, great. Uh Ooh. Maybe I'll put it up here because I really don't have anything going on up here. I should have a frame for that. That would be cute. Let me actually see if I can pull one. Documents, not in the documents. In my branding. Sorry. Now I'm being like lit from the side like crazy. I'm opening up my thing. Okay, which one do I want to add? Maybe this one. One moment, please. How big is this? That's better. Bonus frame is what I'm gonna call it. There we go. Oh God, where did it go? I should have put it in there, but I didn't. It's in here. Okay, wait. Can I move it in here? Okay. We'll just move it to where it needs to be. There we go. Okay, now it's in the right spot. Okay. I just wanted it to be like nice looking. Basically, that's it. That's the whole reason I just spent that time making that. Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna actually rename this to properties. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Rename. This will be are you going to Coachella? Oh no. I don't have a job. I have no money. I can't pay my rent. So I can't even buy a Switch 2. I can't go to Coachella. Yes, don't do that, Panty Goblin. I mean, go eat, but don't only use caffeine. Okay. A_browser. Okay, perfect. And then we will group these. And this will be browser plus frame. And then I can just do this. And then sorry, I didn't mean to scroll like that. Let me pop this out actually. Oh, you can now see that. Okay, wait. Did that change it? There we go. Sorry. This way I can move other stuff around and not have it change. You don't like Sabrina Carpenter? See, it's the Count! There was a scene in it where you were going through, like, the Count's house, but it might be if there was, like, an additional one, like a Elmo's Number Adventure or something. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I'll just type in Elmo's Adventure and see what ones come up. Or Sesame Street, Elmo's Adventure game. There's the letter one, but was there another one? Wait, how many minutes is this? This is 30 minutes. Jaylee, I didn't even know you were streaming. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome in. I was showing off a game that I played as a kid, which is this Elmo thing. But welcome in, everybody. We're making a puppet. I hope Jaylee warned you because this can be disturbing to some people. We're making a puppet, and this reminded, you know, she kind of looks like the Count. Like if the Count had a niece. So I warned no one. Okay, well, we're making a puppet. And we're watching a long play of this, the Countess. Yeah. We're watching a long play of the Elmo's Number Adventure PS1 game from 1999 in the background. So I'm going to quickly play my raid video. It's 60 seconds long. And I am going to also go pee. So welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming in with Jaylee. And I'll see you shortly. Okay, I want to like time this right so that if I click it, I can like run and go pee really quick. I'm kind of shy.
I love your ass, Marley. I'm sorry, I have to say. Me and my fancy wieners.
I saw it between my legs and it's a tail.
Do you see the family resemblance?
For me, it was like not that bad.
I've swallowed worse. I love a meme. It's like my whole personality. Look at all those chickens.
And she was a fairy.
Yeah, okay.
No, I blew up. Okay, you all are gonna have to stop.
Me?
Yeah.
Put some respect on my name, you know? Like, that's what I want.
Who doesn't love a gay?
Why were you all in there?
And I was like, I'm like a baby in here.
Mimi.
You don't pick this dragon and then try and tell me he's not sexy. Other people can say funny things too. Like, it doesn't just have to be me.
Cheers.
One second. I was in the middle of washing my hands because I obviously couldn't do all of that super fast. Also, I realized I'm in a bodysuit. So I had to unclasp myself and then reclasp myself. So it was a whole thing. Welcome in, everybody. We're working on my puppet and we're watching Elmo. I want to see If I do this, no, it just messes up. Oh no, but that could be better. Okay, wait. Don't move that. That stays there. That stays there. Ooh, no, I don't want that. I want this. There. Now it's like more normal. Platformers like this were a thing back in the day. Yeah. But as good as it looks like it's running on this, that's actually how good it ran. Like, as good as this is as good as it got, which is hot garbage. This is like early CGI. And it's scary. Okay, let me lock this again. Okay, great. So that can go quietly in the background while I am sewing this. Okay. Honestly, I would love to come in like right here, maybe? Yeah. I think that would be the best place. Okay, now I need to speed run this so that I can get to the hair thing, which I'm super excited to do. So I want to like actually do it. Also, it's kind of crazy that I've been working on this for 5 hours today. And honestly, I feel like we didn't even get that much done. But like we did. Like yeah. But also it's not like a lot of visual change, I feel like. To be fair, I also feel like for me that's true because I've been able to envision her like this for a while already. Versus like you guys only see what I show. And I see her all day, every day. She lives in here with me. So she's like my roommate. Wait, let me play an alert sound. It's one of the new alerts that can get triggered for various reasons. Okay. Oh, not that one. Sorry, that's my bad. Which one is it then? Did I write it in the wrong spot? Yes, Bad Touch is one of them. Oh, no, I clicked the wrong one. Okay, I'm wondering if it's still going. No, okay, thank God. Okay. We will run the real one.
These puppets, they're working. Everybody's got to pay rent around here.
That's one of the new the monetary alerts. I will be making like a list of the alerts so that like they will be able to be like, you know, oh, I want this alert, so I will like do this thing. I just have not done that yet because I'm not done making all of the like assigning all the things. Okay. Yay! We did it! Honestly, I should add that. The Elmo, we did it. I should add that. Ooh. I love this collab. I had never heard of this person before, but I love Bon Iver. So like when I saw that there was a new Bon Iver, even though they were just like featured, I'm like, I'm gonna listen. I love everything that they do. And both these songs that they're featured on are really good. Okay. Now she has no more pins. I'm gonna have a little bit of chocolate. So when I eat these, like, or just any Ghirardelli squares, I open them like this. So I, like, rip them along the seam, and then I open them, and I fold it, and then I get to use the wrapper as a little handle. That way I don't get chocolate on my hands. Amazing. We have another ear. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're making a puppet today. And we're about to get started on the part that I am the most excited about, which is her hair. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Okay. We are going to trim that. Oh my god, her ears are a little uneven. That's okay. It's not super noticeable unless you are me who is scrutinizing her. I literally love rum. Literally. So I'm glad that you could come in. We have so much in common. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna close this because I know I'm gonna knock it over. We're gonna move these over here. And I'm gonna fix. And by fix, I mean get the little scraps out of the way. We're gonna reorganize a little bit before we get started on this. Oh god, there's a mess on the floor. How's there a mess on the floor? I knocked over one thing and then it uncovered 5 other things. Okay, I don't think we need that anymore right now. This can also go away. Okay. I'm gonna take this off for now. Okay. I'm scared, but excited. I feel like I want to start at the top of her head and work down. Okay, so where do I want her bangs to start? Because I think I want to give her bangs too. Okay, I'm gonna cut this so that I can use it as or I guess I could use this. Okay, so this is like, I'd say I'd probably want it to start around this line. Okay, let's do that. And I'm gonna mark out little dots. This is gonna be so many hair follicles. Oh. I'm like kind of afraid. Okay, so these ones are gonna come down. I'm gonna lurk whilst doing my morning routine stuff. I hope that you also have a lovely day. What time is it? Okay. For me, it is 4:37. I should know that because it says it like right on my stream, but okay. Let's just get going on these. Where would I want it to like end? Probably like below the ear. Or like right at the ear. Sorry, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe like 2 more. Okay. So basically what I'm doing, which you can't see, is I'm basically giving her like a hair transplant. How in the TV and film industry, I live in LA and I've heard work in that field is decent money. Yeah, it's just like getting in, really. Just like anything in the film and TV industry, you like have to get in to it, and like that can be like the hardest part. But yeah, so basically I'm giving her like a hair transplant where like all of these dots will be like strands of hair coming out of her head, and then I can cut them, and then she will have a hairstyle. Oh. But as you can see, there's kind of like a million little dots. And so I'm a little bit concerned with what I maybe have gotten myself into. But I'm gonna hope for the best. Okay. Oh no. I feel like I'm gonna just like end up putting them wherever. Okay. So I think we'll start with this and then we'll go from there. So what I need to do is I need to take these shears and I need to go in and I'm actually going to do the first one like on this part of the head, and I'm going to make a little cut, and I'm going to make a little cut over here too. And then we're going to make a couple more little cuts. And this is basically because the punch needle needs to be able to like punch through the fabric. So, here we go, I guess. It's working. How long do I want it? Yeah, I think that's good. Right? I can always cut it. I can't make it longer, really, so we're gonna go a little bit longer. and then I will just trim. And then we're gonna go in with the next one. And that's just, I'm gonna just do this like a bajillion times. The hair's starting. Yes, she's got hair starting. I wanted to do like a couple of strands of hair like back here so that I could get like a feel for it. Yeah, I just decided to leave it on because like it's pretty quiet and it's just like I think it's fitting. So if somebody needs a little bit more stimulation than whatever I'm doing, because I can get locked in really easily, as you probably know. Okay. So now we can just do like a bunch in a row because I just pre-trimmed them. And these ones can be shorter because they're the front pieces, so I really only need them to be like this long and then I'll like really trim it. I keep thinking of more things for my to-do list. I mean, is that good or bad? I feel like it's a little bit of both. Like, one, you have more things to do, but then it's like, oh, well, I'm getting more done, you know? I wish I had a third hand for this. I feel like that would be kind of helpful. I need the reminders. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, like, I just need another hand to cut the string after I've already, like, punctured it, you know? Like, so this is kind of how her hair is, like, looking right now. And I will trim this so that they're, one second. I'm gonna pull up the other video. Are both my windows over here? No, one's here, yeah. Okay. This one's numbers. So the counts in this one. Because I was looking for the number one, but I found the letter one first. They were like in a set, so you got more than one disc. So it was like they were both came together. But yeah, so basically this is her hair. It will be trimmed so that she will have like bangs. But for now, this is what it looks like. And it doesn't need to be a certain temperature. That's the reason I have these shears, because it needs to, it can puncture the foam just fine. Which I did a test before I did it. But the problem was the felt or like the fleece was actually what it had trouble puncturing. So I figured out that if I use these shears to make tiny little holes, it makes this easier. But I need to like cut the hole and I need to cut the fabric, and it's just like a whole thing. So oh, I guess my throat could also be hurting from from like the concert and then 2 stream days back to back. That could also be part of it. Thank you so much for that hydrate. The thing is, I think that really it's because I have my head tilted down, but I can't stop tilting my head down until I'm done doing this, so. But yeah, this would be a really good project to have an assistant for. Because I'm gonna have to do this like 8 bajillion times. Okay. So here's some bang action. So she's getting hair. I love her hair. I can't wait till she has more of it. But yeah, I'm gonna trim them so that they're like bangs, but I'm leaving it for now. I do want to make her a hat. Yeah, I want to make her a hat. But yeah, she's also gonna have long hair in the back, but like we haven't done that yet. I love her hair. Thank you. I'm so excited. Okay, I think at this point I can reveal her name because it was like a little reward for both of us. I get to work on the hair, which I'm excited about, and then I get to reveal her name. So the name of this puppet and our bang queen right now, she's styling with these bangs. Her name is, drumroll, Sunny. Her name is Sunny. And she's like a contemporary to Rainy. So Rainy is all like rainbows and things like that, and Sunny is a very limited color palette and will be like black and white outfits and her vibes. Like she has red hair, but that's it. And then yeah. So her name is Sunny. I don't know how I'm gonna get like 2 hands in here. I feel like I'm gonna have to like cave her head in a little bit, which sounds so bad, but I really need to get in here to do, to like tie these knots, because basically that's how I also feel like is a good way to fix or to like secure her hair, is to just tie it all together. So that way, if I tie a knot now, oh, I didn't tie that one apparently. Okay, well, which one did I tie? Oh, I tied these ones. Okay, yeah. So this won't come out now. I accidentally pulled out one of her hairs. There we go. Yeah, she's gonna have a little bit of a gamer dent for a little while. Because I gotta get in there and tie off all the hair. Oh, look at this. And then you're like, well, honestly, this is actually more confusing when you're like, oh, and then Bryn, you love clowns? Even after this? And yeah. Even after this. From downtown. Oh my goodness. I'm ripping out her hair from the inside. Okay. There we go. Because the other option would be gluing the hair down. But I really like don't want to do that because I feel like it would just make a mess of the inside of this thing. And I would much rather, since this is pretty thick yarn, just tie it. I will probably be shedding little orange pieces for a long time, but that's okay. Okay, so I feel like I'm doing like clown surgery over here. It's the count. Ah, ah, ah. All of the number twos. doing great. It's more to be. I am not understand. Great. Okay. Amazing. This is, there we go. I'm pretty sure that's good. Yeah. Amazing. So now all of this hair is secured down. And so she like literally like you could pull on it and it's not coming out. Just so that I can then I can style her hair if I wanted to. That's like what's so cool. I think I want to braid it, but I would be able to choose because also her hair is kind of long. Aside from the bangs. Oh my gosh, welcome in. Hello, hello. You were co-working and studying? What were you guys working on? We're making a puppet today. Her name is Sunny. I just did a name reveal. You love puppets? I do too. So she looks kind of crazy right now because we're just starting to work on her hair. So girl needs some help, but we're getting her there. I'm hoping you can see the vision. But yes, so she's gonna have little bangs, and then she's gonna have long hair that I'm gonna be able to braid. I want to be able to braid it. I gave her let's actually put you facing this way. I gave her eyelashes and mascara or eyeliner. What else? Oh, she has a nose ring. She also has earrings, but I haven't added like dangly parts to it yet. Because I want to add dangly parts. And then what else do we got going on with her? She's green eyes. And this is her body right now, but like I haven't made her any clothes yet. No, I do take that as a compliment. I do. Thank you. I mean, we are watching right now. I was talking about how the like pointy elf ears make her look a bit like, especially before she had any like hair. They made her look a bit like she was like the Count's niece. Do y'all have friends who drunkenly braid hair? I braid hair drunkenly or not, but I'm sure that they want to braid your hair, not drunk, but they are like respectful of your boundaries and don't do it when everybody's sober. Because for those that don't know, Ghost has great hair. But yeah, so basically when I was a little kid, I had this like PlayStation 1 game, which is it's called Sesame Street Elmo's Number Adventure, and I was telling the chat about it, and then I was like, oh, why don't I just put it on? But yeah, so I'm Bryn. My username is pronounced Brinth, but Bryn is what most people call me. I use she, her pronouns. I do a lot of co-working myself. We also do a lot of crafting and we do some gaming too. I I do have a 1 minute long raid video that I will show you, but really quick before I say that. A good way to remember how to say my name is that it's actually Labyrinth. Shorter. Also no problem raiding and running. Well, thank you so much for coming in. But yeah, it's actually short for Labyrinth because I love puppets and I'm a big Jim Henson fan. And so my favorite movie is Labyrinth. Ooh, you got Party. I love when people who are new here get the novelties. Because if you redeem your daily cup of tea, it counts. So you'll be able to keep track of like how many times you've been here. But each time it'll give you a random cup of tea. So sometimes it'll be like chamomile or jasmine. And then sometimes you'll get a special one, which are the novelties. So I'm glad you got Party. Oh, and last thing before I show my raid video. A specialty, if you will. Exactly. The last thing before I show my raid video, the person that I used to get the free pattern from and like as inspiration and assistance for this process was Puppet Nerd on YouTube. And they have if you like enter in your email on their website, you can get access to the free patterns. And that's what I used. But honestly, what's great and what you probably, if you love puppets, you know, is you get to do whatever you want. So it's good to like get the basics from that tutorial, but you can actually make it whatever you want, which is the joy, truly. So yeah, so I am. Oh, and also if you are actually taking a note of that, I would also like to note one additional thing. I keep saying one more thing. I promise this is actually the last thing. In the pattern, and when you look up how to make a puppet, it'll say that they want your mouth plate. So that's like the thing that's underneath the felt in the mouth to be wood or plastic. And it's really hard to find the right kind of plastic because you need to be able to cut it. And then you also need it to be like sturdy enough to hold its shape. So I went to Dollar Tree or any like dollar discount store you might have. I don't know if you're American. Around me, the cheapest dollar store we have is Dollar Tree. And I got this like Tupperware from there. And I cut it out of this. So it's basically this consistency of plastic that you want. It's thin, but it will hold shape if you hold it or if you push on it. But it's malleable enough that you can cut it. So there's always one more thing. Yeah, with me, there's always one more thing. I love Bert and Ernie. Somebody asked me the other day, if I was a Muppet, who would I be? Like, which one? And I said that I would be Bert and Ernie's love child. So, and you might see some of that energy in the raid video, which I'm playing right now. I'm kind of shy.
I love your ass, Marley. I'm sorry, I have to say. Me and my fancy wieners.
I saw it between my legs and it's a tail.
Do you see the family resemblance?
For me, it was like not that bad.
I've swallowed worse.
I love a meme. It's like my whole personality.
Look at all those chickens.
And she was a fairy.
Yeah, okay.
No, I blew up. Okay, you all are gonna have to stop.
Me?
Yeah. Put some respect on my name, you know? Like, that's what I want. Who doesn't love a gay? Why were you all in there?
And I was like, I'm like a baby in here.
Mimi. You don't pick this dragon and then try and tell me he's not sexy. Other people can say funny things too. Like, it doesn't just have to be me. Cheers. Welcome in. Now I don't have to keep saying, okay, one more thing, because now we're just here. Now we're just ready to party. But yes, so she's looking a little Gollum right now, but we're working on it. Oh yeah, Teebs! Look, it's my puppet. And I announced her name. Her name is Sunny. I also have these, which I was going to probably add as well. I can put them in. But I had taken them out because I didn't want to accidentally poke myself with the needles. But basically it's like some little eye details. I also want to make her a hat, earrings, and a shirt. So we're working on it. And I'm also working on practicing my ventriloquy, however you would say that. So that's like talking without moving your mouth. And I'm still learning, so please don't make fun of me. This is a safe space. And it's really hard. The things I want to work on are moving the puppet's mouth at appropriate times and getting used to the letter alternatives. So, like when you say tut-it, it's like T. It's like a T sound. So it's like tut-it. Like, I'm making a tut-it, and her name is Sunny, and she's so cute, and I love her so much. So it's like you have to get into the groove of it, and then you have to do a lot of practice. So I'm still working on it, but I have the idea. Mama Man next to you. Thank you. It's really hard, but I'm working on it. So I definitely have room for improvement, but I was lurking last week when you were talking about the letter sounds, and it's so interesting and so confusing. Yeah. And like I've been trying to also sometimes when I'm in the car and a song comes on, sing it without moving my mouth just to like, get used to the sounds. You just need to walk around with her all the time. No, I know. I feel like I will be. I'm a little bit confused about Elmo. Oh, because she has elf ears that make her look like the Count. And so I was like, oh, when I was a kid, I played this video game on my PS1 that was Sesame Street Elmo's Number Journey that had the Count in it. And whenever I think of the Count, I think of this game. And so I put it on screen as like a little extra bonus video. So it's sort of related, but also sort of unrelated. So we're gonna get back to doing her hair. Also, hello, Maddie. I love you. How are you? How was the rest of your drive home? I know you've been home for a little while now, but I hope that it was good. Oh, also anybody interested in making puppets. The fleece that I have doesn't like to be punched through with the punch needle, so I have to take these fancy little shears here and I have to cut little tiny holes into the head so that the punch needle can punch through the foam, because it punches through the foam really easily, but not the fleece. So I have to basically just go around and like go like this. But there are other ways that you can do the hair so that it's not, OMG, that's a pain. Yeah, so there are other ways. So some people, what they'll do is they will use like an additional like piece of fabric and like sew it on like a toupee. Like if you have like a faux fur, so for a shorter haircut, you can use that. Some people use just wigs. They'll just sew a wig on to their puppet. And sometimes people will, you know, you could glue like yarn on as well. There's so many different options that like you could do really anything you wanted. But this is also probably why a lot of the puppets don't have, like the original Muppets and puppets don't have hair. And it's probably for this reason. Because once you get to this point, you're like, well, it looks like a puppet. And then you're like, let's move on. But I really wanted her to have this like fluffy yarn hair. And so I had to trial and error it myself. I did like a little test where I took a piece of scrap foam from cutting out the pattern and then a little piece of scrap felt and worked on it to see what was the problem. And at first I thought it was the foam that was the problem, but it was actually the fleece. Was adding an event to my work calendar. Almost typed puppet. I'm so sorry. From downtown. This is my first puppet, yeah. Yes, this is my first ever puppet. Because basically what happened was I looked at my life and I was like, oh, I really like puppets. Because I like this show that had puppets in it. And I like this show that had puppets in it. And this one. And this one. And I'm like, oh, I just like puppets. So now I'm like, well, I love crafting. Let's make a puppet. So now I'm making a puppet. This is the most annoying part. So I've punched it through, I've pulled it out, and now I have to cut it every single time. Because it needs to be like a certain length because it's going to be hair. I watched a Muppet Christmas movie for the first time this year and I didn't realize they were wild. Like with their humor. Because Jim Henson actually did not want to make kids shows. He wanted his puppets to be for a more mature audience. Like for adults and like older teen. It was very adult. Yeah. Adult and like older teen represent like audiences. That was like his vibe. And he actually like dragged his feet to when they were like, you should make Sesame Street. And he was like, I really don't want to, because then everybody's going to just think of me as like the kid's puppet guy. And they were like, no, but it's going to be so good. And he's like, fine, I guess you'll have me like, I'll come over on Tuesday, but that's it. 60 years later or whatever it is, you know, still going strong. Sorry, I'm like, this is probably really creepy to watch, but I gotta cut it through this. She was gonna be missing like one spot, and I didn't want her to have a bald spot. Okay. But yeah, so this, if I had like an assistant or like somebody that like lived with me, like a roommate or something, I might be like, hey, can you like watch this show with me while I do this and just like cut the string when I hold it up? Because like to let go of the punch needle and cut it every single time is kind of a pain. I will say it's a bit of a pain, but that would be my only critique about doing this method for the hair. Like, I don't even mind doing like the little holes for the hair, like up here. It's when I have to like switch between the punch needle and the scissors all the time. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm kind of sick of doing that. But yeah, see, she's got bangs. We did it. Oh, this one's for the N64. Wait, oh, got salty. Oh, okay. I was like, why are you guys doing salt? Like, I'm fine. I don't think I'm being salty at all. Like, I thought that was a pretty normal opinion about doing this hair thing. And then I just was not paying attention. Getting through the rubber cement is also difficult. Proceed with caution, basically. It'll be easier when I'm at, like, not the crown of her head, but I want to make sure that she has an adequate amount of hair up here. Because I don't want her to look bald. Not that being bald is bad. You could be bald if you want. I support you and your baldness. If you're bald. But I just don't want her to be bald. Thank you for that quote. It's gonna be much better when I cut her hair, though, and so she's not like this, but I think she's cute. Going in here and, like, tying all these off is going to be a giant pain in the ass, though, too. That's fair. Earn bald. Earn bald in the chat. It's like in the SpongeBob movie where they're like, bald. Bald. Bald, 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 bald. Bald. Ooh. Oh. That was crazy. Yes. I was like, wait, is Guff here? Like, I love Guff. But no, you're just commenting on the fact that Guff is bald. I love that. It's a good one. She's so cute. Aww. So, what's the puppet for? Fun. For puppeting. Isn't she so cute? She's so cute. For whimsy, for free will. Mentioned Guff one time and I bust out the British accent. Okay, now we gotta squish her head down a little bit. So basically, how I am doing this is I am tying her hair from the inside of her head so that it does not come loose. And I'm doing it in stages because I know that if I don't do it in stages, I'm going to not be able to tie all of them when I'm done because there's going to be like hundreds of them in here. Like I should count how many I've already done, but it's probably like 40. So yeah. Can you make 2 more of those? And then Rum has to have a redeem where he's forced to play games with puppets on his hands. I could make him hand puppets. Sure. Hey, it was not my idea. It was not my idea, I swear. I was supporting the creativity of my community. Okay, great. I do think it would be fun for you to have a puppet though. Even if it was just like a little puppet. And this also keeps the puppet secure. What is the success that you're referring to? But yeah, this will help secure her since I am cutting into her fabric. Like I'm puncturing her fabric in order to continue to add the hair, which would typically, disrupt the integrity of it and cause structural damage. However, I think that it actually is going to be helpful because of the tying of the knots underneath. So it's actually going to make it more like sturdy, I think. Okay, okay, that was like one half of her head. Let's see. Oh, dang it. I'm trying to decide whether I want to go out this evening to go run some errands. Okay, was it this side or was it this side that I just tied? I think it might have been this side. Oh no, I just ripped out another one. Okay. See, now imagine I had the whole head's worth of hair trying to tie off and escape. Okay, I got it through. Okay. Oh, hydrate. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was really windy here yesterday, and then it's supposed to snow a little bit overnight. So I was gonna go to the gardening store if you catch my drift. But it's kind of far away. So okay. Guys, there's orange fuzz everywhere. I think the only reason that my like top isn't covered in orange fuzz is literally because I'm being guarded by an orange fuzz cardigan. I do kind of like this idea of like some people will play those like videos where somebody is like making coffee drinks while they're like doing crafting and stuff as like a visual additional thing. But what's the story behind Elmo? So this is a PlayStation 1. Well, this one in particular is the N64 version, but the Elmo's Adventure, Sesame Street Elmo's Adventure game is for both letters and numbers, and it's like for children, little children, but it's a PS1 game from 1999, and I had it as a kid and I played it a good amount. And so when she started looking like the Count, I started thinking about this game because you're literally counting with the Count for like a lot of it. And so I was like, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. And then I just found a long play and plopped it on. So basically what I was just saying just now was there are a lot of like coworker streamers or craft streamers that will put on like a visual YouTube video, like somebody making fancy coffee drinks as like a background visual. And I kind of enjoy that it's that this is playing and it's like a retro game. Because I feel like that's more me. So basically that's the vibe, I guess. And okay. Also it was along the puppet vibes, you know? From downtown. Oh my gosh, so much fluff. The inside of this thing is crazy. And this is only adding like layers of warmth. Because we were also talking about how just putting your hand inside of the puppet, it's very warm. It's a very warm environment in here. And that I don't think that I could be a furry, and not even for the whole concept of being a furry. I haven't even really thought about that, but more for the fact that I would sweat so much wearing a costume like that all the time. Maybe not all the time. I don't know how often furries wear their costumes, but often enough that I would be sweating profusely. Furries often have cooling vests. Good, because I would die. Same with like the costume actors at like Disney and Universal. Also wouldn't want to do that either. I kind of wanted to make a cooling vest side hustle where I'd go to cons with my furry friends and sell homemade weird chemical cooling vests. I mean, you still could. The world's your oyster. Okay. Is all of her hair tied together? Try not to pull any out this time, Bryn. I'm just testing it. Okay. She looks so funny with the bangs not cut yet. Okay, now let's do the longer hair, which is back here, which will be interesting. I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle it, but let me see if I can find like something else to watch. I guess we don't really have to watch anything. Because the whole point was the number journey, and we went on that journey, you know? Oh, slay. Absolute slay. Okay. Um, figuring out where to make the like incisions is, I think, the one of the harder parts. Which I guess would probably be the case for doctors too, right? Okay. That's like an appropriate length for her hair, right? I might do a couple longer strands. I'm trying to think of how long I want it. Because really, it's my choice how long I want her hair to be. So. Okay. I feel like that sneeze is coming back to haunt me from earlier. Okay. Here's to puppet hair, basically. Oh, we're running. I was just about to say we're running out. We're literally just getting to the actual part of the yarn that is we're like gonna be using, basically. Okay. You can't make it longer. You can always make it shorter, but it's harder to make it longer. Be very careful when you're doing this, by the way. Don't stab yourself, please. If you do this method. Oh my god. I'm even knotting this up. How did that happen? Oh my gosh. Look at her hair. It's so long. I love it. I love it. So drama. Okay, I need to unknot this because I don't know how I did it, but I somehow managed to get a knot in the punch needle. Okay, there we go. Where did this come from? Was it just caught in her hair? No, I think it came out of here. Okay, so now we're gonna take her luxurious hair that I've gotten started making. Oh my gosh, I love it. And we're gonna dig around in here. And we're going to tie this stuff off. Where is this one? It says this one. Yeah, okay. Amazing. She's so squishy. I'm gonna like have to go into this puppet's head with like a lint roller and just swirl her around on it. Oh my god, this morning, I don't know if I don't know who's listening right now, but I was watching Luxy Games stream and she started listening to Fat Juicy and Wet. And I realized I've never heard the whole song before. Until just then, until that moment. And it was crazy. Okay. And then this one can be tied to, because this is that, where's, Okay, here's a loose hair. What's everybody been working on today? I know a lot of you are at work or at school. I've been making a puppet, but I didn't know if any of you guys had anything interesting going on. Okay. Is that all the hair? Oh my god. She's covered. I keep jumping from one thing to the next, but get reminded because I get reminded of something else. Yeah. And then I'm like, next thing, that's not a priority. Please do something more time sensitive. Oh my god, that's me all the time. That was like me when I was like, oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a pair of skin-colored stretch pants to go under my tights for the concert on Wednesday. I had so many other things that I could have been trying to do. I didn't end up trying to make them, but there was a moment where I almost did. And that was a crazy moment. Okay. Is that one not tied down? It's so weird because everything will look tied down and then you'll like grab at one and then it won't be tied down. And then you're like, how did that happen? I just tied everything down. I started with scheduling 101s and then ended up comparing conferences to attend with like 5 steps in between that. Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm not saying this isn't fun, but I will say it's just as much work as the rest of it. And I already know where we're gonna raid out to, so we don't have to worry about that. If I were to do this again, I think that I would choose a different method to do the hair, if I'm gonna be so honest. Not that I don't think it looks good, I actually think that it looks amazing, and I am super excited about it. And it's not even that, like, bad of a process, but I think that it just takes so much longer than any other option. I think I'm going to be incredibly happy with the results, but if I'm making another puppet that is just for fun and not like one that I'm getting paid to make, I probably won't do this again. Just because my sanity would maybe be running a little low at that point. I don't actually know how like far down on her head like I want this to go. Like back here. Like I do think that I probably want it to like kind of go to right here, but that's a lot. Oh, sorry, right here. But that's like this whole chunk to do, and then also this whole half. And that's a lot. What would be the alternative method? Probably just make one that like had short hair. Or gluing yarn. Like I opted to not glue it, which is why I'm doing the punch needle, because I wanted to have it like look like it was growing out of her head. But I will say that this process now is like a lot more intense than I think that it needed to be. Or just get her a wig. But then have you seen that person on TikTok who makes their own wigs? They're a drag queen and they make their own wigs out of yarn specifically. And I'm like, a queen, truly. They look very clowny a lot of the time. Wow, I don't really know what's happening. Again, I think it's my head needing to be tilted down. But I'm gonna be so mad if I am sick. Oh. It's like there's something in my throat and I'm wondering if it's yarn. I just realized I was muted. I don't know how long I was muted for, actually. But we're gonna raid out. I'm canceling the raid for now because I'm gonna restart it. Because I was muted for a really long time and I was giving a whole spiel. So I need to redo that. Yes, thank you so much to our raiders. It was wonderful. We're gonna raid Tunga Bunga. I just didn't want to like literally raid you guys immediately after not actually saying anything. I would have gotten like 6 DMs being like, are you okay? You ended so suddenly. And it's like, yeah, no, I was just streaming for 7 hours. So assuming you were locked in. Yeah, no, the music was playing and it was fine. But yeah. So I am getting like post-nasal drip a lot because of leaning my head down. So I can't keep looking down at the puppet right now. I gotta go do something else. So I am raiding Tunga. I will be back Monday. We're gonna be working on the puppet on Monday some more, doing crafting. And then Tuesday. Good. Thank you for the stretch. On Tuesday, we are going to be playing a game. Chat chooses. So we'll see what game that y'all decide on. And then oh my god, we're gonna raid out. Copy the raid messages. I'll see you. My schedule is posted on my Blue Sky. I'll see you all later. Goodbye. Have a lovely one. Goodbye.